Good morning, everyone. We're going to commence the governing board meeting today, Wednesday, June 26, 2024 at 10:50 a.m. The first item on the agenda is the roll call to determine a quorum. Maria, will you call the roll?
Ms. Aldine,
Here.
Mr. Aguilar,
Here.
Mr. Bass,
Here.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Here.
Ms. Faustinos,
Here.
Ms. Gustafson,
Here.
Ms. Hayes,
Here.
Ms. Hill,
Here.
Mr. Honigman, Ms. Lane,
Here.
Ms. Loomer,
Here.
Mr. Rice,
Here.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Here.
Ms. Williamson.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Maria. And I will now go over the remote and in-person meeting rules for the day. For the members of the public who are joining us remotely to observe the meeting, go to trpa.gov under the calendar header. Click on Governing Board Hybrid Meeting for June 26, 2024. There you will find a link to the public webinar hosted on Zoom. To address board members directly with your comments, please raise your hand in Zoom by clicking Raise Hand at the bottom of your screen at the appropriate agenda item. With your hand raised, you will be unmuted by TRPA staff and have 3 minutes to address the board. If you have used the dial-in numbers to join us by telephone, you can dial *9 to raise your hand and be unmuted. For items that are agendized as informational only, we will hear public comment during the general public comment period at the end of the meeting. For items agendized for action or possible action, we will hear public comment before the board takes any action. To remote board members, if you wish to speak, please also raise your hand in Zoom. You will find the hand icon on the bottom of your screen. Remote board members may not use the chat box to make any comments or to have sidebar conversations. Please, everyone, remember to mute your mic unless speaking to cut down on background noise. Finally, I would also like to ask that all remote members turn on their cameras if they are able. Members of the public who have joined us in person, please use the sign-in sheets at the back of the room to indicate which item you're intending to comment on. And at the appropriate time for public comment on an agenda item, please line up at the podium to speak. Board members who are in person, please raise your hand if you wish to comment and speak clearly into the microphone in front of you. If you are viewing the webinar on a personal computer, please ensure that your microphone and speakers are turned off to prevent audio feedback in the room. So that brings us to item 2 on our agenda, the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'd like to ask Secretary Aguilar, will you lead us in the pledge today?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We will move on to item 3, and that would be the approval of the agenda. Staff, do we have any changes to the agenda for today?
Madam Chair, good morning. Hello, board members. Julie Reagan, TRPA's Executive Director. We have no changes, although I wanted to raise to bring to your attention a request that we've been given from the public to pull consent number 5, the update to membership of the Tahoe Living Working Group. And I have 2 options for you on this. Number 1, the board could pull that off consent, and I have Karen Fink in the front row, and she's here to answer any questions that you might have. Option 2 is to move forward with that, with the understanding that, as you know from reading the staff summary, which is on page 173, that this really relates to the Tahoe Living Working Group and the addition of new members, you giving me the authority to change those. Those members were formed, several years back. And we do need to add around 3 new members. One of them, we'd like to reach out to the Mountain Area Preservation Council, which, as you know, foundation, which has been a litigant on our phase 2 housing amendments. And there are some other seats that we need to fill. It is more efficient for me to do that in my capacity as executive director, but to be happy to do an open call, an announcement to through the news media to invite others to participate. And we'd be happy to do that. I think there was concern about the process. So I will be happy to do that. And so that's option 2 of not pulling it off consent, but with my commitment that we'll make that an open process to add new members. So wanted to raise those to your attention.
Okay, so depending on the board's action, then we will deem the agenda approved as posted unless there's any further discussion on that item. Not seeing any, so we will deem the agenda approved as posted. We'll move on to item 4, approval of minutes. We have a draft set of minutes from May 22nd, 2024 on page 31 of our packets. Does any board member wish to make a change? Okay. Well, then I would entertain a motion to the approve the minutes.
So moved.
Do we need, Graham, since we have so many online, do we need to do a verbal for minutes?
I don't think so for minutes.
Okay, then all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone object? Motion passes. Thank you. Move on to number 5 of our agenda, the TRPA consent calendar. There are 5 items on consent, 1 which was reviewed by the Operations and Governance Committee, 2 which were reviewed by the Transportation Committee, and 2 which weren't reviewed in committee. As a reminder to the public, after board discussion on this item, you may raise your hand in person to be called on or in Zoom to be unmuted by TRPA staff to share your comments. So I would go first to Ms. Lane. Can we have a report from Operations and Governance Committee this morning?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The Operations and Governance Committee did a deep dive on the May financials. They look to be in line with the exception of the line item on grants, which is currently at 34% of budget, but we will, in the month of June, take in a significant amount of the grant revenue. And so Mr. Cox expects that number to be more like around 70% of budget for the year. We likely won't see financials again until we see the audited fiscal year budget. So the committee does recommend approval of the May financials.
Thank you, Ms. Lane. Do any board members have questions on that consent calendar item? Then I'd move on to Ms. Hill. Can we have a report from Transportation Committee?
Yes, item 2 on the consent calendar is the 2024-2025 Transportation Committee work plan that was approved by the Transportation Committee today. However, item 3, the 2024 Regional Transportation Plan Sustainable Community Strategy Analysis and Recommendations, that was not approved by our board because we did not have a quorum. However, there were no questions or comments concern for that report. So I still recommend that stay on consent unless individual board members would like to pull that. And I will say on the committee's work plan, we have moved up the regional transportation plan and updating the regional plan transportation funding policy language to the end of 2024 for the committee to review and then bring to the governing board in 2025. So, and that was under the leadership of Mayor Bass asking for that to move up. So those are my updates. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Lane. Do any board members have questions about the consent calendar item? 2 or 3? I'm not seeing any and nothing online. Then we'll move on. Consent calendar item number 4 is the Spooner Front Country Improvement Project Phase 3 non-motorized boat ramp and viewing pier environmental improvement program number 03.01.02.0134 TRPA file number EIPC to 2024-0003. Information on this item is on page 157 of our packets. Before any questions on this item, per the TRPA Rule of Procedure 2.15, may we please have any disclosures from any board members who've had any material ex parte communications regarding this project? Are there any board members? Not seeing any. Do any board members have any questions on this consent calendar item? Yes.
I just wanted to note that there was an errata sheet that was distributed, I believe, to everyone online. In addition to the 3 changes noted in regarding consent calendar item number 4, there will also be a change in paragraph 8, and the reference to Lake Tahoe will be removed and replaced with a reference to Schooner Lake.
Thank you very much, Ms. Aldine. Then we'll move on. Consent calendar item number 5 is an update to membership of the Tahoe Living Working Group. Information on this item is on page 173 of your packets. And then revised as Ms. Reagan covered with opening it up for other applications from the general public. Do any board members have questions or comments on this consent item? Not seeing any. Belinda, you have your hand raised. Please, Ms. Fastinos.
Yes, thank you very much. So just for the record, if our executive director could just confirm to us what the process will be for soliciting potential members and the criteria that will be shared so that there's transparency about, what we're looking for and how that will work. I totally support this being delegated to the executive director. I think that's absolutely appropriate, but just wanted to get that on the record.
Thank
Certainly.
you.
Thank you, Chair and Member Fastinos. Julie Reagan, TRPA Executive Director. I'm going to invite Karen Fink to come up to the podium, but it's a good question. We will hew to the new path forward for phase 3, which it has a very important look at equity in housing and housing policy. And I'll let Karen speak to how we would go about doing that. But in terms of the process, typically when we have working groups of this nature, we put a call out through the media. We have, an 8,500 list of an e-news. We have a housing newsletter. We talk to constituents, we talk to stakeholders, working through existing members of the working group to get the word out, and then devise an application that people could submit. So I'll let Karen speak to the other seats that we're looking for representation.
Thank you, Karen Fink, for the record. So yeah, as we move into this next phase of the Tahoe Living strategic priority called Cultivating Communities, Conserving the Basin, the focus will be shifting more to equity and climate resilience. And we're anticipating that we would like to, ensure that we have spots to bring on expertise in those areas. There's also going to be a strong focus on expanding the community's capacity for engagement in this process. And so, and also looking at our transfer of development rights process, so protection of sensitive lands while providing sufficient housing. So one thing that we've done in the past when we've put out a call for members, we have done that through the Main Street Management Project. So we probably look to that process. We also, for everyone who was on the Tahoe Living Working Group previously, we asked them to adhere to the APC charter because this working group is a working group of the APC. So we would probably follow that process again and just ask people to review that charter and commit to following that as part of the process.
Thank you, Karen. Are there any questions or comments on this item? Not seeing any. So at this point, we will thank you, Karen. We'll go on to public comment. If any member of the public wishes to address the governing board on consent calendar items, please raise your hand now, either in person or by clicking the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen, or by dialing *9 on your phone, and you will be called on and unmuted by a TRPA staff member. Are there any members of the public here in the room? I'm not seeing any on consent calendar. So we'll go online. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak to a consent calendar item.
Madam Chair, we have one hand raised so far online. Nicole Rinke, please unmute to make your comment. Nicole, I can see you're unmuted, but your microphone doesn't appear to be picking you up.
Oh, apologies. Is that better?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Nicole Rinke on behalf of the California Attorney General. We made comments on item 3 on the consent calendar, which was presented to the Transportation Committee regarding some of the contents of the report. And we had a lot of questions about the status of the report at this point and also some of the technical matters raised within the report. We would like the opportunity to discuss our questions with staff and or with the governing board before action is taken. It also the committee was not able to vote on or recommend approval of the report to the governing board due to some quorum issues. So it's a little unclear to me at this point that it's appropriate for the governing board to even be considering this item. So I would just suggest that action on item 3 of the consent calendar be deferred to another time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rinke. Next comment.
There's one more hand raised. Doug Flaherty, please unmute to make your comment.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. Agree in total with the California State Attorney General, item number 3. I just want to speak to the public perception of what you guys continue to do. You've done this before. You've ignored committee actions or inactions. You've moved ahead with your agenda. And you wonder why. Well, maybe you don't wonder why. Maybe you don't care. But your credibility is eroding significantly every day. It's arrogant for that particular vote that failed to then bring it forward no matter what your process outlines or what kind of guideposts are there. So what that tells the public is it doesn't matter what the process is. You're just going to do what you're going to do. And I use the word shame on you guys because you continue to erode public confidence in a transparent, what's supposed to be a transparent system. And it's unbelievable to me over the last couple of years since you've come up with all the height density coverage changes and utilizing the area plan process, the amount of deceit, manipulation to get this stuff done no matter what, to quote unquote, ignore the process, manipulate the process, cut the green tape, which is you guys are supposed to be about the green tape. It's just stunningly amazing to me that you risk the credibility of the TRPA over this stuff. Do you have any idea what you're doing here as far as your credibility is concerned? No one wants to see the TRPA dissolved. We wouldn't quit the TRPA, we'd quit its leadership. And its leadership since 2012 has not improved the thresholds. And you continue with a process to push through whatever it is you want to get through on that particular day, on that particular process. It's really disheartening and it's disingenuous. Shame on all of you. Bye.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Flaherty. Next.
Next hand raised is Rhonda Tyser. Rhonda, please unmute to make your comment.
Good morning. I'm Rhonda Tyser, Incline Village resident for 34 years. I just want to let the TRPA know that the recent judgment overturning SB 9 for charter cities in California, which mandated that parcels be statutorily approved for partitioning lots and building of ADUs, will affect TRPA's mandates for allowing ADUs throughout the basin, which increase density and increase risk of evacuation. Thank you for rethinking the ADU different laws and regulations that you are planning to make for the basin. They may not be applicable very quickly, in the near future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ticer. Next.
The last hand raised is Suzanne Pecci. Suzanne, please unmute to make your comment.
Thank you. My name is Suzanne Pecci, and I have owned a home at Lake Tahoe, North Shore Lake Tahoe, since 1976. Lived here during those early years and was here during the creation of TRPA. At that time, they were so important to the retention of Lake Tahoe. And I really feel as a member of the public, I had so much respect for the work they did in holding the line on development that could really impact the beauty of Lake Tahoe. I understand the need for housing, and I've been following this a little bit through the time because we're experiencing the same need for housing in urban areas. In the Sacramento area, I happen to live on a domestic well, and so we're feeling that push and that crunch and that impact on our water and our lifestyle. So I just want to say that I really believe that in working with various state agencies for the last 10, 11 years, public perception and respect is really everything. And I applaud the public members that have been going to these meetings and working so hard to be part of the decision-making process. And I really, really feel that opening this up to the public and not being afraid of public engagement is really going to be so important to the reputation of TRPA. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Pecci. Thank you. Are there any other hands raised?
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment.
Okay, we will close the public comment then, and then I'll open it back up to the board. I think Ms. Aldine has a comment.
Based on public comment regarding item number 3, which is the 2024 Regional Transportation Plan / Sustainable Community Strategy Analysis and Recommendations Report, I'd like to pull it only because this is framed in our packet as an action item for approval. And that is in fact not what we're doing based on the motion that's contained in our packet. So I'd like to frame it differently. And so that's the reason that I'm requesting it be pulled.
Okay, so we'll pull that item. And then would I have a motion for the remaining consent calendar items?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Aldine. Maria, will you call the roll?
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Mr. Aguilar,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
I need to, I didn't hear the comments on whether or not we were keeping the consent item on that the AG's office commented on. So I just.
I'm sorry, Ashley, we have pulled that item. So right now we're voting on
You
the
pulled it.
remaining.
Okay.
item.
Then yes, thank you. Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman, Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, that motion passes.
Okay, then we'll go back to item 3 on our consent calendar. Ms. Aldine wanted to address that.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move to recommend the governing board acknowledge the issuance of the Regional Transportation Plan / Sustainable Community Strategy Analysis and Recommendations Report included as attachment A, with the caveat that staff address the questions on the record as posed by Ms. Rinke of the California AG's office and other concerns expressed by members of the public.
Okay, so we have a motion on item 3. Mario, will you call the roll?
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Mr. Aguilar,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman, Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemyre,
Yes.
Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, that motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we'll move on to item 6 on our agenda, which is our public hearings. 6A is amendments to the Code of Ordinances supporting climate resilience, affordable housing requirements for condominiums, and design standards for mixed-use development. Information on this item can be found on page 177 of our packets. And as a reminder to the public, after the staff presentation and board discussion, we will hear public comment. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Stock, Jacob Stock.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Governing Board. My name is Jacob Stock. I'm a senior planner in the Long Range Planning Division here at TRPA. So I'm here to give a presentation and hold a public hearing, and at the end request consideration of adoption of a package of code amendments. This package has been called a number of things. It's been called a potpourri. It's been called a charcuterie board. I don't believe it's been called a crudité platter, but I'm going to call it that today out of respect for the vegetarian folks in the room and online. So I like to call it an adaptive, a package of adaptive code improvements. So adaptive improvements to the Code of Ordinances. And these include amendments that address climate best practices, outdoor lighting, standards for mixed use, and affordable housing in condominiums. So like I said, I'll be giving a short presentation. After my presentation and our discussion and public comment, I'll ask that you consider an ordinance to adopt these amendments. So these amendments are responding to board direction and incorporating board priorities that don't necessarily fit neatly into one of our strategic initiatives, but are no less important. And all of these are aimed at adaptive management of the Code of Ordinances as new best practices arise, new issues, and new technologies. Next slide, please. So I'll start with the climate best practices. So these originated out of the implementation of our Sustainability Action Plan. You may remember or not, it was a while ago. In 2022, we held a workshop with the board that prioritized some of the remaining recommended actions from that plan. These included efficient lighting standards, standards for renewable energy, support for EV charging infrastructure. That's electric vehicle charging infrastructure. I'll say EV from now on. And impacts of large scale events. So standards to address those impacts from large events. We were lucky to have a seminar course at UC Davis where some graduate students in environmental policy took this up for a couple quarters and helped us research these topic areas. They facilitated a stakeholder process that included local government representatives, land use professionals, nonprofits, and Liberty Utilities. And in the end, they came out with some recommendations that we presented to RPC. Those recommendations have been further refined since then through input from other stakeholders, APC, RPC, and the result of that is what I'm presenting to you today. Next slide, please. So if you take a look at Exhibit B in your packet, this includes the red lines of what we're proposing for climate-related amendments to the code. These are drawing from best practices that we learned from other local codes, from the experience of our permitting staff and our applicants, the California Green Building Code, standards from the Dark Sky Alliance, and from LEED. So this is really a collection of different best practices. The proposal includes regulations that mitigate traffic impacts of large temporary events. So these are asking that large event organizers consider alternative transportation strategies when they plan their events. Standards to support solar energy production, along with protections for scenic resources associated with that. So this is achieved through a qualified exempt status for solar panels, rooftop solar panels with reflectivity standards to protect scenic quality. And we're also proposing to support appropriate electric vehicle charging in the basin. This includes a requirement for conduit in parking lots of 20 or more spaces when a grading permit is issued, and the base layer of that parking lot is being replaced. This is already a requirement of the California Green Building Code. I've gone back and done some research on what this could cost to comply with this requirement. It varies pretty widely, but this requirement would represent about 2% and at the very most 4% of the cost to construct a 20-space parking lot. Next slide, please. Okay, so Exhibit C in your packet includes a reorganization of our outdoor lighting standards with an eye toward preserving dark sky resources. Long-range planning staff and permitting staff worked really closely together on developing these with the goal of balancing dark sky preservation with property rights and the ease of implementation for our staff and for property owners as they apply for a permit. This includes requirements that outdoor lighting serve a functional safety purpose and that it not splay off-site onto adjacent properties. It includes a color temperature limit, which I like to use the example of the lights here in the room. You can see on that side, we've got white lights. It's more polluting light. And here towards the middle of the room, we have a more softer yellow tone light, a warmer light color that is less polluting. So we're aiming for more of this, less of that, if you're in the room. We're also proposing lumen limits and an after hours light reduction for commercial properties. And we've built in some flexibility to allow property owners to use motion sensitive lighting to comply with that requirement. And we're also codifying the requirement for a lighting plan. This is already a requirement, but it's not written into the code. And it's a really helpful enforcement tool for ensuring that permittees follow our dark sky standards. Next slide. So we also have a series of standards for mixed use development. This is Exhibit A in your packet. The regional plan identifies mixed use development as a tool for energy conservation and greenhouse gas reduction. It's relatively simple. This works by citing multiple complementary uses together on a single site with the idea of creating a more walkable space and reducing the dependence on automobiles to receive services. So despite this being an important tool in our regional plan, we've not previously had a definition or standards of mixed use in our code. And this was really highlighted during the permitting process for the 947 Tahoe the 947 Tahoe condominium development in Incline Village and the Washoe Tahoe area plan amendment. We received board direction at that time to develop mixed use standards and an affordable housing mitigation for condominiums in Incline Village, and later to apply those standards to the regional level. So this is responding to that direction that we received from you all. Next slide. So this proposal defines the proportion and location of non-residential uses in mixed-use buildings. So really sets the minimum limit of what makes a mixed-use building in Tahoe. It sets requirements for pedestrian access and design on the street frontage to ensure that it meets that active transportation goal of mixed-use development. but it really leaves a lot of room for local standards in area plans. So the locals still have a lot of influence to decide what mixed use looks like in their community. And since proposing these standards, we've built in some more flexibility in response to APC and RPC suggestions, which I can get more into in the discussion if you would like. Next slide. We're also proposing an amendment to support affordable housing in condominiums. This is again in response to direction from the board following the amendment to the Washoe Tahoe area plan last year. So this is recognizing the need to mitigate the impact of new market rate housing on the workforce housing gap. And so we're proposing here that 10% of units in condominium subdivisions are deed restricted, affordable or moderate housing. And these units can be built on or off site. They can utilize bonus units and all the benefits that come with utilizing bonus units, but they must be new units and they must be equivalent in size to the market rate units in the proposed condominium development. And we're not proposing an in lieu fee. So where did this number 10% come from? The Mountain Housing Council and Tahoe Prosperity Center did some analysis and found a gap of over 5,000 workforce housing units for lower and moderate income residents. That's about 10% of the total units in the basin. You can also find a 10% requirement in Placer County and in Incline Village. And this requirement falls roughly in the middle range of the range adopted by the city of South Lake Tahoe in their inclusionary zoning ordinance, which they passed earlier this year. So this proposal will not replace Placer County's or the city's requirements, but rather apply to jurisdictions that don't have their own program. We plan to explore more options for mitigating the impacts of new market rate housing on the affordable housing gap within our growth management system during the next phase of Tahoe Living. So as I like to say, the wheels of adaptive management keep turning. Next slide, please. And that's it for my presentation. So I'd love to hear your comments and hear from the public, and I hope that you will consider the ordinance to adopt these amendments.
Well, thank you, Jacob. And as always, we appreciate your good humor and attitude to kick us off this morning. So appreciate that very much. Are there any board members with questions or comments? Yes, Director Settlemeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just curious, Jacob, so this applies to new construction and things going forward, so it's not retroactive, meaning that everyone would have to go change all their light bulbs. They can kind of wait and hopefully do the right thing as they age out and convert over.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Aldine.
During a previous meeting, Jacob, regarding some of these code changes, under 22.7.6 traffic mitigation, the new language having to do with the temporary event transportation plan, I believe it was Steve Teixeira had recommended that we come up with a template that can be used by people who are organizing these events. In many cases, these are nonprofits. Proceeds are benefiting worthy causes. So, this is a lot more complex than how these events are currently handled. So would it be possible for staff to develop some sort of meaningful template which would provide guidance to people looking to navigate through these new requirements?
Yeah, thanks for that comment, Ms. Aldine. And actually, if you look at attachment E in your packet, permitting staff and I worked on a draft of what a template could possibly look like, or a checklist for event organizers to use to ensure, provide further direction and ensure that they're able to comply with the requirements of that section.
Right, thank you.
Excuse me, other comments or questions? Yes, Ms. Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious on the exterior lighting standards. Would that also, and I can't quite find it in here, would that apply to NDOT lighting and county lighting standards, or this just on private property?
I believe that we have set that there are separate standards for for traffic light for lighting in transportation rights of way. I'm maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong there. This applies to private property.
That's what I thought. I was just making sure. And I know there's that may be a future discussion for the board to bring up, because I know that there are lighting concerns in my from my constituents in Incline Village and Crystal Bay, and perhaps there's a better way to do it region-wide. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Other board member comments or questions? Yes, Ms. Loomer.
Just a quick one on the exemption for deed restricted housing with the EV requirements. Is that basically just because of costs, not wanting to increase costs for those units, or could you just explain that piece?
Yes, the intention there was not to further increase the cost of building affordable housing, which is already, a very difficult task here.
Any other board member discussion or comments on this before we go to public?
Yeah, hi, Madam Chair. This is Member Bass.
Yes, Mr. Bass.
Yeah, so one thing that I've talked about a little bit, but we haven't talked about at the board, is trying to integrate what is known as the Living Building Challenge, which is a really organization that's a global organization. And I'll just read a quote from their website. And again, I think this is something that we should adopt in our code for even more extreme mitigation measures. We're looking at later in this item, a height adjustment that goes way beyond our 56 feet. And I think that if we would look into Living Building Challenge and what they consider petals that you get in design and construction, I think it could really add to really what our mission is at TRPA. But I'll just read this quote. It says, "The Living Building Challenge is a philosophy, advocacy tool, and certification program defining today's most advanced measure of sustainability in the built environment. It addresses all buildings at all scales and is an inclusive tool for transformative design. Whether the project is a single building, a renovation, an infrastructure project, or a park, the Living Building Challenge provides a framework for designing, constructing, and improving the symbiotic relationship between people and all aspects of the built and natural environment." And if anybody wants to go to their website and kind of look into what they do and what they've accomplished across the world, it really is in line with what our goals at TRPA are and what we should be doing in the built environment in Tahoe. And it breaks it down into very different areas that people could accomplish these goals, or projects, I should say. And for me, when we look at it, what we're going to look at later on and going to 85 feet in a project, if we're going to do those things, then make these applicants, get a certain amount of these petals would to me be mitigations that are meaningful and that could allow those things. So I think that this is an item where we could start to incorporate these things into our code.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Yes.
Jacob, maybe it was just excluded from my packet. I don't see any attachment that contains a template. We've got required findings, we've got environmental impacts, we've got compliance measures checklist. So was it just omitted from the packet, do you think?
It may have been. I'd have to look at that. I have a copy with me right now that I can hand over to you if you'd like.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I appreciate you taking the initiative to do that, because I think it's going to be important to have that as guidance. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Faustinos, I see your hand raised.
Yes, and this is basically to follow up on where I think Ms. Leamer was going on the low income or affordable housing requirement. I think it would be beneficial to just, make a request that when local government or regional government is applying for funding that is associated with, energy projects that are actually pretty robust at this time from the federal government for EV charging stations, that, affordable and achievable housing be prioritized for installation of those EV charging stations. I think a lot of times, we don't accommodate, that type of, it's considered a luxury, for an EV vehicle, and hopefully it will not be a luxury in the future. And we need to make sure that our both our affordable housing and low-income housing, has such amenities. So I understand, why it's being recommended now, but I would also ask local jurisdictions to help prioritize making those charging stations accessible to properties that currently would be excluded.
Thank you. Good point. Yes.
Ashley Conrad Zeta for the record. First of all, I like Belinda's comments. That's a good idea. But I just had a question about the 10% deed restricted, because obviously this will take time to go into effect. And so, I wonder if it would be, I mean, I know you've had a ton of comment on this, but I'm worried about like a low number that it will take a really, really long time to get to the units necessary in these more dense developments. And I'm just wondering what you think, like the overall effect of these changes in making a dent in affordable housing over, say, the next 10 years versus the next 40 years.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. And I think it's really important to note that this is intended not to be a solution to the affordable housing crisis, but to be a step in the right direction, to be a tool in our toolbox for getting units built on the ground right now, with the understanding that we have, the Tahoe Living initiative that's going to be looking at bigger steps towards closing that 5,000 unit gap. I can't really speak to what I think the impact of this is going to be, but it's going to be units that are built that otherwise would not have been built.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I just hope that all of us like try to take big swings on meeting the massive gaps that confront us in the basin.
Thank you, Ms. Conrad Seda. Any other board member comments? Welcome, Mr. Ferry. He's sitting in now, so thank you for being here. Okay, then we'll go to the public. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? Please raise your hand now, either in person or by clicking the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen or by dialing *9 on your phone. So members of the public, please line up, and Mr. Teixeira, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the governing board. Steve Teixeira for the record, and I wanted to thank Member Aldine for calling out the item on 22.7.6. I looked in the packet, I didn't see it either, but I wanted to thank Mr. Stock. Apparently the staff has done work on the template, which I think would be extremely important because you have lots of different groups that do events, giving them something that they could fill out. So it's clear what is required. And so it's clear when staff reviews it that there's some consistency to the replies that are provided. So with the assumption that that template exists, appreciate the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Teixeira. Next. Whoops.
Sorry. Good morning. My name is Seth Daleb. I'm here talking on my I'm here talking as an individual. I happen to be COO of Next Gen Housing Partners and built several hundred workforce housing units in Metro Seattle. And I'm a South Lake Tahoe resident. There's nothing specifically objectionable about any of the elements in these proposed amendments. However, when taken as a whole, and I know I'm barking into the wind here, it makes it incrementally harder for anything to get built. And yes, any new condo project that is subject to these, will have 10% affordable housing units, but you will get less condo projects built because it is incrementally harder, incrementally more expensive, incrementally more uncertain, incrementally more time to construct anything. And when rules are so prescriptive, yes, all of these changes are fantastic. There's nothing objectionable to any of them, but between this layer at TRPA and then the county layer and then the city layer and all the robust public discussion that happens over anything, you end up with an environment where the perfect is the enemy of the good, nothing gets built, and the rate of decay in the built environment is faster than the rate of approval to build anything that houses people or encourages investments. So as someone from the private sector that has to go out and borrow money and put my livelihood and my reputation on the line anytime I want to do a project, this doesn't help the affordable housing crisis. This doesn't help the workforce housing. This doesn't help anything get built. It helps write good press releases. It helps designers draw beautiful mixed-use buildings that will never get built because they will never pencil in any economy. So I know that this is going to pass, but I ask that at least as you go forward, consider the incremental impacts of all of these things that are nice to have, because it makes it impossible to build anything. And you see that when you look around the basin. The amount of construction, even in the built environment since the 1980s, is so slow that we're going backwards, and you're ending up with less housing at any price point that isn't dilapidated because it's so hard and so uncertain to build. So please take that into consideration as you go forward, but I fully understand that this is going to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. There are other members of the public. Good morning.
Good morning, governing board members. For the record, my name is Nick Exline, and I'm here on behalf of numerous clients, the community, and someone that supports affordable housing more generally. And one of the things I wanted to bring to attention of the governing board today that isn't specifically in the amendments, but something I'm interacting with immediately that's really hindering the development of affordable housing, especially at smaller scales. So these amendments are terrific for large scale projects, but as a previous commenter referenced, those are really hard to do. They're expensive, they're long, they're hard. And so as I see affordable housing, we got to start looking in terms of 2s, 3s, 4s. How do we get it in when the opportunity presents itself? And so the immediate issue I'd like to bring forward to you is the complication that minimum density requirements impose on a property, because in some ways those can believe that that's going to be a vacant site where you have 100% developable land. But most of our sites are impacted. And so in the very immediate, I've interacted with projects that are not able to move forward with 2, 3, 4 affordable housing units because half the property is SEZ and can't be built on. The built environment that exists on the property is owned by other people, and their interest is one building on a larger commercial interest. And so the way the TRPA code's written now, you couldn't put 4 affordable housing units in an existing structure because it doesn't meet minimum density standards. And so what we need to do is, you could see how that, there'd be concern about how people would, utilize that system to not meet the intent of the goal. But in that, we have to, we acknowledge throughout the TRPA code limitations. The TRPA code is a function of limitations. And so as we look at minimum density standards, those same limitations have to be applied. Because I would say, in my interactions with developers, and I'm oftentimes the first call they come getting into the basin, within the last several weeks, like I said, numerous projects, 4 or 5, all operating in 2 to 5 unit ranges because of the existing limitations on site, won't move through unless there's some remediation through this body, and then as it kind of spreads out. And so how that kind of works out, would be happy to work with Karen, other staff, but I really wanted to take this opportunity to bring this to your attention because of the significance, and in some ways, because it's really counterproductive to all our goals. And so thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Nick. Appreciate your comments. Any other members here in the room, members of the public who'd like to address the board on this? Okay, then we'll go online. Do we have online commenters?
Madam Chair, we have one hand raised so far. Ann Nichols, please unmute to make your comment.
Yeah, hi, Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. Okay, the 5,000 units that we need, does that mean we have to build 50,000 units? Obviously not, but if you're going to do 10% of the condos at a time, it's going to take us, till the end of the world. I just feel like there's a huge disconnect again between North Shore and South Shore. 500 people events with the cars, we can't even really handle it up here. I think you need to start thinking South and North Shore more often. Seth, I don't know do you want uncontrolled development? I'm sure you don't, but that's what it sounds like. And what you're proposing doesn't necessarily help the environment. What's to blame here are TRPA bad policies from the past. And, we talk about, what are we going to do about affordable housing? Placer County yesterday spent $13 million on TART Connect. Boy, we could have built a lot of units with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Are there any other commenters?
No, Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised.
Okay, so we'll close the public comment and see if there's any comments from the board based on those comments or any other comments that have come up. Yes, Ms. Conrad Seda.
I just had a question based on the comments we heard on the difficulty of permitting. I mean, we hear this a lot in these meetings that it's really, really hard to permit anything in the basin. How did you take those comments into these amendments and think about essentially tiering with all the jurisdictions in the area, or making it so that the permitting process is cleaner, depending on where you develop and the codes that apply based on the city where you sit?
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. First, I just want to note that we have I don't know if I would call it an initiative. We have a program of we call it continuous code improvements. So where our goal is to look at the code of ordinances to see what's working, what's not working, and to, make amendments to the code, basically to support the type of development that we want to see and to discourage the type that we don't want to see. And so that's something that we've started, relatively recently, and it's going to be, a long iterative process, as all of these things are, but we are working on ways to improve our code of ordinances because we understand that issue. With regard to the work that we've done with locals and to try to make the process easier here, I think the solar amendments that we're proposing are a really great example. We've really sought to streamline that process and make it easier for folks to put solar on their roofs the right way. We also have had some meetings with locals on the lighting standards and how those could be enforced. We met with Placer County staff on that, on how to enforce outdoor lighting standards on the ground and reconcile those with local standards. But we do recognize the complexity of our code of ordinances as well.
Yeah, and I would just recommend we bring some stories to the board too of when it does work, right? When these code amendments and the code improvements make it easier for people, just so we can hear also, hey, this streamlining did actually have an impact on X, Y, or Z number of homes. Because it's easy to pick things apart as not working, but it's helpful to know what changes, what tweaks really do make a difference in the long run.
Thank you. Ms. Loomer.
Just going back to the EV requirements, how does this line up with what's already required in California law?
So what we're proposing is similar to what is already required by the California Green Building Code. The California requirements go a little bit farther and require electrical upgrades on properties. We're not requiring that. We're also specifying the need to replace the base material as one of the triggers, because the base material is really where the conduit goes into, and that's where the cost savings happen when you install the conduit. So the language is very similar to what's required in California, but it doesn't go quite as far.
Great, that's helpful. And yeah, I just appreciate the highlighting of the cost savings when you do the wiring in the process of building, rather than having to go back in and dig up parking spots and then do it. I think I've seen estimates of, $2,000 to $3,000 per parking spot is kind of what you're looking at with savings. But if you have more updated numbers, that would be great to hear.
Yeah, I can tell you that for installing the conduit that we installed here at our parking lot, we got four chargers out of that, and the cost was about $2,500 for the conduit in terms of what we would be requiring here. That doesn't include the chargers, of course.
No, that's great. And I think, yeah, the retrofit cost, that's why I'm looking at it's like comparing that to what it would cost to retrofit a space is closer to $7,000. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Other board members have comments or questions? Online? Do we have any comments from our online board members? Mr. Bass?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on kind of what I was speaking about before. And when would be the appropriate time to look at, if you're willing to commit to using only certain building materials or using a certain design that proves the building to be net zero on energy use, when would be a time that we could look at those as mitigations for projects that go a little further than what we're looking at here?
This is John Hester for the record. Typically, those are in building codes and we don't have building codes or enforce them. So that would be best handled at the local government level.
Sure, but what about as far as the TRPA mitigations? Because we're bound to the TRPA code. And so instead of having to make EV sites in front of your place, if you wanted to commit to a certain type of building material that you would use throughout the project. As we know, there's been issues with building materials we've used in the past that are eroding and things that I think would be good to require in Tahoe or to use as a mitigation.
I'm looking to Brendan because he's actually administers this stuff at the local level. I used to, when you look at the building materials, that's done at the building permit stage. And we don't issue building permits, the local governments do. Back to Ms. Conrad Sada's question, we've developed, as you probably know, Mayor Bass, the process of MOUs with the local governments where we try to have them issue permits on our behalf as well as the local government permit to make the process work better. But we never have taken on building permits on behalf of local governments. And I don't know if Mr. Ferry wants to add to that or anything.
No, I think you said it right. And certainly some projects go through the discretionary process. Some are ministerial too. So the more that's pre-baked for ministerial projects to meet our goals and policies, that's better. Discretionary projects, you can work that out more through the planning process. But you're right, local government does all the building permitting.
There's just, if I could add one thing, Madam Chair.
Yes.
This is John Marshall. We do have standards that, like, for example, related to scenic, that are related to like surface textures and other things regarding building materials. So we do have the ability to do so. Really, the question for the governing board is this an area that it wants to take on as an area for TRPA to focus in, or should it be left more to building codes? And traditionally, energy conservation items are addressed in local building standards. That's just how it's happened in the basin, rather than TRPA taking on that particular chunk of work. So I would just add that for the board's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. And if I could suggest that, they're not part of today's package. And certainly when we look at additional items to study or work on, I would defer to staff to come back with priorities of when we would do that, because I think there's merit, Mr. Bass's comments, but it's not on today's agenda. So in this package. So he's asking when. I'm going to defer to staff to take a look at our workload and maybe talk with our local governments and see what they'd like to do. Are there other board member comments? I wanted to ask one question. Would it not, we're all very concerned with getting workforce and affordable housing. Our phase 3 amendment process is going to start and kick off, and those will potentially address some of these issues as we move forward through that process. Am I correct? So even though we're adopting these today, those phase 3 amendments may modify these or address some of the issues that board members have expressed concern and public have expressed concern about.
I'll take John Hester. I'll take the first shot at that, and then Karen may want to add to that. But that you had a commenter who talked about all of the things that we do that make it more expensive. Phase 2 was focused on removing the cost or removing the constraints related to density, height, coverage, and parking, so that those would be less costly. So that we think is a huge change in the code that Cascadia's analysis or our consultant indicated would move the needle on housing costs to at least the achievable level. So that has already happened in phase 2. In phase 3, we will be looking at, I think, things like, bless you, I think things like making development rights and mitigation fees and those things more proportional to the size of the development. Part of what the priorities are that come out of phase 3 are what we've been funded by grants to do, but also what the Tahoe Living Working Group says are the priorities. But I'm pretty sure some of those cost reduction things will be in there in one form or another, besides what we've already done. I
Right.
don't know, Karen, if you want to add to that.
I guess I could just add, like I mentioned before, the 10% requirement for subdivisions is, obviously not a solution to the housing crisis. It's a step. And in the next phase of Tahoe Living, we'll be looking at what we believe are larger steps towards filling that gap. And like John said, that includes our development rights system, which we believe could be a big step in the right direction. And it could also include, depending on the process and on the recommendations we hear from the public and our consultants, it could include a change to the 10% that we're proposing right now. So it's all of that is on the table right now.
Yeah, and I do think, as part of the living working group, what we've taken away, at least from, I think the local jurisdictions, is the opportunities for us to brainstorm on incentive programs and other opportunities for us to deliver this, because we're impacted even more than this agency at trying to deliver housing in our communities. And we'll be looking at, states and even federal assistance and how we develop programs that will deliver additional housing or unlock existing housing. So I appreciated those comments because it is too costly to build, but part of it is our fees and our programs, and a lot of it is just the cost of construction right now and the land cost in the Tahoe Basin.
And if I could add one other thing, the chair of the Tahoe Living Working Group, the APC chair, Mr. Ferry, is here, so I'm sure he's taking a mental note of these things.
Thank you. Okay, with that, unless there's other board member comments, I would ask do we want to put the motion up on the board and see if anybody's interested in making that motion?
Madam Chair, Julie Reagan,
Yes.
just to jump in for a moment, just to acknowledge the hard work of the Tahoe Living Working Group and the Regional Planning Committee on this. And definitely wanted to thank Chair Henigman, who's on vacation, missing this meeting. And the committee and the Vice Chair Settlemeyer and Member Settlemeyer may want to jump in. But the committee has really heard this item and provided a lot of very concrete and pragmatic suggestions based on real world examples with experience of the committee members doing projects and working not just on paper, but in reality. So just wanted to thank the hard work of the committee and then the staff and all the members of the public who have worked on this with us as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Ms. Reagan. Okay. Any board members interested in making a motion?
Sure.
Okay.
For agenda item number 6A, motion 1, a motion to approve the required findings as described in attachment B, including a finding of no significant effect for adoption of the Code of Ordinances amendments as described in the staff summary.
Okay, we have a motion. Thank you very much, Ms. Conrad Seda. Are any discussion on that motion? If not, Mario, will you call the roll?
Ms. Alding,
Yes.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Mr. Aguilar,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Mr. Henigman, Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Mr. Ferry,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson, Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you, Maria. And then we have a second motion. It's now on the screen. If we have,
And for motion two, it's a motion to adopt ordinance 2024 amending ordinance 87-9 to amend the code of ordinances as shown in attachment A.
Maria, will you call the vote?
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Mr. Aguilar,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Henigman, Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Mr. Ferry,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson, Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. Thank you all on that item. We'll move on now to item 6B, technical clarifications to the Phase 2 housing ordinance amendments, specifically Code of Ordinance sections 30.4.2.B.5A and 30.4.2.B6A regarding mandatory participation in a stormwater collection and treatment system to receive coverage incentives, and section 52.3.1 regarding reservation of bonus units for deed restricted, affordable, moderate, and achievable housing. Information on this item can be found on page 247 of our packets. And after board discussion, we will hear from the public on this item. So I believe Alyssa, thank you. All of a sudden I looked up and Jacob was gone. Alyssa was there. You guys do that so quickly. So I'll ask you to cover this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Alyssa Battinger with TRPA, and I'll be presenting a quick slideshow on the proposed technical amendments to the Phase 2 amendments. This is part of the overall Tahoe Living Strategic Priority, which is one of the governing board's priorities, with the goal to update TRPA's policies to encourage affordable and workforce housing in the basin, because without it, there are environmental impacts from workers having to commute in, as well as negative social and economic impacts to our communities. We've been working with the Tahoe Living Working Group to analyze policy updates in short, medium, and long-term phases. We've talked about these phases a little bit in the previous item, but just as a reminder, Phase 1, the board passed changes to encourage accessory dwelling units, as well as property owners to convert old motels to residential housing. I'll talk a little bit more about Phase 2 in the next slide. And then the next phase, as has been discussed quite a bit today, the Tahoe Living Initiative will look at kind of ways to decrease the barriers of building affordable housing by looking at our development rate system, as well as our other longstanding systems. Next slide, please. So as a bit of a refresher of the Phase 2 housing amendments that were approved by the board back in December, the amendments were really designed to further implement the regional plan by encouraging compact development in and near town centers. The amendments give incentives to develop deed restricted housing through coverage, height, and parcel level density allowances, as well as reduced parking requirements. And in exchange for these incentives, we get deed restricted housing in and near our town centers, which has a really great benefit to both our water quality systems as well as our transportation systems. And the two technical amendments that we're proposing today would really just clarify the governing board's intent. We oftentimes bring code amendments, small technical code changes after we do some of these larger policy changes, just to, again, clarify the governing board's intent. Next slide, please. So the Phase 2 amendments only apply to residential or to deed restricted projects that are using bonus units. And I know many of you are familiar with our bonus unit system. It is bonus units are development rights that the agency gives out at no cost to projects that we really want to incentivize. So these are projects like deed restricted housing and like projects that transfer development out of sensitive lands. We've had these bonus units for a really long time. They were part of, or some of them were part of the 1987 regional plan. And so they are not new. And as you may recall, we did sit down to do some of, to do some accounting of our bonus unit pools with our research and analysis department over the last couple of months. We've also sat down with our stakeholders to review that accounting. And I just want to highlight the results of that accounting show that there are 831 unallocated bonus units in the TRPA pool and 313 unallocated bonus units in the local jurisdiction pools. Unallocated meaning that these numbers sort of subtract the numbers that have, or the number of units that have already been built or are being built right now or are tied up in an active permit. The phase 2 housing amendments would apply to both TRPA and the local jurisdiction pools. Next slide, please. That was a bit of context for how many units could utilize the phase 2 amendments. Now I will get into the proposed code changes. So the first proposed change is to chapter 30. This change clarifies that any property receiving the coverage incentives that were passed under the phase 2 amendments must tie into an area-wide stormwater treatment system. The proposed code language simply reinforces that participation in stormwater treatment is required. This was always the intention of the code, but it may not have been necessarily clear in the way that it was written. So we're cleaning that up a bit. Next slide. The next proposed change is to chapter 52 of our code that talks about the distribution of the TRPA bonus unit pools to the different deed restriction levels. In December, the governing board made a motion to limit the number of achievable bonus units to 25% of the TRPA pool, but the ordinance language that was approved left the remaining 75% available for both affordable and moderate income units. And while we typically see moderate income housing projects arise less often, with the way that the code language is currently written, they would be able to access a larger share of the bonus units than they previously, or that were previously reserved for the affordable pool. And so we are proposing to confirm that 50% of the pool is reserved for that affordable category. And then it would leave the 25% for moderate income housing and 25% for achievable housing. Next slide, please. So that concludes my presentation. We are asking or requesting approval from the governing board today on these amendments. We did receive recommendation of approval from APC back in April. And with that, I will turn it over to Madam Chair for any questions.
Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you very much. Board members, any questions, comments or questions on these amendments? Yes, Ms. Aldine.
Thank you, Alyssa. I just wanted to clarify, I think I misunderstood you. The 317 remaining bonus units in the local jurisdiction pools would not be subject to these allocation requirements, correct? That's what the
correct
says. Okay. Because I wasn't at the December meeting, but I did review the minutes, and in conversations with members of local government, I don't know if they're still concerned about the fact that now, the achievable housing, which accommodates, users like police officers, firefighters, healthcare workers, and the like, suddenly it's going to have to compete for the remaining 25% of the available bonus units with affordable and moderate income housing. And so I suppose I don't have a dog in this fight because I, represent Carson City, but I am sensitive to the needs of my fellow local government representatives. So what I would like to do is to make this approval subject, and maybe you're going to intend to do this anyway, you probably are, subject to an annual evaluation of categorical categorical, easy for me to say, housing demands. So that these percentages might be adjusted in the future if we find that, you know, our demand for achievable housing units are exceeding the demand, for example, for moderate. Because I am concerned, and again, I don't know if this concern is shared by other members of this board, that we're giving short shift to achievable housing.
Thank you, Ms. Aldine. Other board member comments or questions on that? On her comment? Yes, Director Settlemyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, what year was it that these were created and haven't been used since?
It's been sort of an ongoing process, but some of them were originally created in 1987.
Thank you for that clarification.
Point made. Any other comments? Any of our board members online wish to comment on this? I'm not seeing any hands. I will speak from a local government perspective. We realize that both the affordable and moderate are governed by an AMI that does not reflect wages in our area or housing costs in our area. And so it's very concerning. That's why we set an achievable standard that exceeds that, because AMI doesn't reflect well on our situation in the Tahoe Basin or in the High Sierra. So with that, I am concerned. I like the idea of an annual audit and that the Living Working Group can continue to address this as we move forward on how we can get some of this housing built for our local workers. With that, we'll open it up for the public. Any members of the public in person first, and then we'll go to those of you online. Please raise your hands now and we'll call on you at the appropriate time. Mr. Teixeira.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the governing board, Steve Teixeira for the record. To speak in support of the comments about an annual evaluation of the way that the percentages or the allocations are reviewed, and to fold in an earlier comment by a member of the governing board, we ought to look at perhaps in the phase 3 process, how many projects we were hoping to help didn't get billed and what might have gotten built. I think that's an important piece of information to have. So if the next process, the next phase of this could also have that review in addition to the review that Ms. Aldine and Chair Gustafson have discussed, I think that would be a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Teixeira. Good morning, Ms. Setzer. Oh, good afternoon. It's after 12.
Hello, Emily Setzer with Placer County Community Development. I do support these amendments. I have some comment to provide as well. We look forward to working with the Tahoe Living Working Group during phase 3 amendments to revisit this approach to increasing the coverage options for deed restricted housing. The proposed stormwater requirements for areas outside of town centers, unfortunately, in our region, won't be able to incentivize much housing development because we only have one active stormwater treatment system right now. And as you all are probably aware, those systems take many years and a lot of money to develop. We are working off of science that is pretty dated, and I would like to see if there are more modern viable alternatives that TRPA could look at to find more ways to increase coverage for deed restricted housing while also achieving our water quality goals for the lake. The current code disincentivizes, based off of coverage, the ability to develop multifamily housing, and it makes it difficult to even build sometimes a single story duplex or triplex at 30% coverage levels. I've even heard from developers recently who don't want to develop this type of housing due to the coverage limitations. Regarding the distribution of residential bonus units, I agree with Chair Aldine Board Member Aldine, and encourage TRPA to adaptively manage this pool of residential units and the distribution based off of affordability levels. In theory, this is a really good tool to encourage more affordable housing. However, there's other issues like coverage, high construction costs, and lack of subsidies that may make it difficult to realize the different types of affordability levels. We have done some analysis for market rate rents in North Lake Tahoe and have determined that we can get that our market rate rents right now for studios can meet the 80% area median income levels, and that the market rate rents for 1 bedrooms can meet the 120% area median income affordability levels. But bigger units make it harder to pencil, and they really would have to go after those achievable units. Additionally, we look forward to working with the phase 3 group or with the TRPA Living Working Group on phase 3 to scale the bonus units so that hopefully this pool can go further in meeting our needs, because 800 something plus 300 something is not sufficient for the needs in our basin. East Placer alone, which does include outside the basin, needs 1,800 units of affordable, moderate, and achievable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Setzer.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon, TRPA Governing Board and staff. Sophia Heydrich, Advocacy Director with Mountain Area Preservation. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today and to weigh in on the proposed code amendments. The staff report and the agenda calls them clarifications, and that is accurate, but they are really important clarifications. One ensures that Lake Tahoe water quality and clarity are protected under the phase 2 housing amendments, and one ensures that half of the TRPA bonus units are dedicated to affordable housing. Obviously, housing needs vary across the Tahoe Basin, but affordable housing is a critical need everywhere. According to the Mountain Housing Council, 55% of the housing need in Eastern Placer County is for affordable housing. So it's critical that a half of these bonus units really are dedicated to helping to meet that need. Obviously, we were present for the final hearing on the phase 2 housing amendments, and we participated, listened to the deliberation. Some big changes were made in those final minutes, and it was unclear to me at the time whether the intent of the governing board was met, particularly in regard to the bonus unit allocation, with 25% going to achievable housing and then 75% going to affordable or moderate housing. That little word "or" has a big impact here and could result in no affordable housing units coming forward, utilizing the bonus units pool moving ahead. Prior to the adoption of the phase 2 housing amendments, we did express a concern related to the achievable housing definition and the lack of an income cap. Achievable housing projects are those that are most likely to pencil out. And so our concern is that developers will be much less likely to bring forward moderate or affordable projects. And I think that we're already seeing that play out a little bit since the amendments have been adopted. The majority of the projects that have come forward utilizing the bonus units have been achievable housing projects, 39 Degrees North and Chalet Blanc and others. We know that there is a big need for that missing middle or the housing for those higher income earners. But without an income cap, we really don't know that achievable housing is hitting that missing middle need. We do urge you to adopt the changes before you today. We strongly support them. This is huge. And we definitely, we just urge you to really make these big changes. We want to ensure that the phase 2 housing incentives and the amendments do not adversely impact Lake Tahoe water quality and clarity. And we need to make sure that this critical affordable housing requirement is reinstated. I do want to briefly weigh in on the bonus units calculation issue. It is a big concern that the initial environmental checklist for the phase 2 housing amendments analyzed the wrong number of bonus units and the wrong amount of potential development. According to the staff report, there are 37% more units on the table than the number that was included in the analysis, although the number of bonus units has changed from the publishing of the staff report and today, so it's still a moving target. Now we've got a staff report saying, don't worry, the outcome wouldn't have changed, but there really isn't a lot of analysis in that staff report. There's no justification. And so it's really tough to make that claim without sort of some additional analysis or some additional information to sort of back that up. We all make mistakes, but then we have to go back and fix them. We have to go back and do the work. I did expect to see more work done in the staff report, and I would encourage you to require that to make sure that we're not setting a bad precedent moving forward. I appreciate your time today, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Sophia. Any other comments from members of the public in the room? Okay, then we'll go to those online.
Madam Chair, we have 2 hands raised online. The first hand up was Ann Nichols. Ann, please unmute to make your comment.
Yeah, Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. I'm confused about the clarification on the stormwater treatment. I think it's confusing again. Does this leave the loophole that they could claim to contribute in the future to a stormwater treatment, and that would be satisfactory for fulfilling this requirement? I don't really see where it's clear. So I would hope that you would figure that out, Shelley. Come on, you can do that. And then the other thing about the bonus units, you know, you've got to have a cap on income to help these missing middle people. You've got to have a limit on assets. You've failed to do this. And so the only thing that's going to be built, as we've seen, is achievable. And, you know, this is not a problem of, first of all, you're not considering the thousands of units in Reno. That's where all our units are. And then they have to get up here. But if we could figure out a transportation for them to get here to work, they would much rather live in Reno than in some tiny unit up here with a Juliet balcony. So anyway, I'm hoping that you'll think about these things, and this thing about writing code at the end of a hearing when you can't hear John Hester and it's so confusing and we don't know what was passed. I hope that will change in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Next.
The next hand raised is Pamela Signitos. Pamela, please unmute to make your comment.
Thank you. I'm Pamela Sigdinis, and I'm a resident of North Lake Tahoe. I would respectfully ask that the governing board please pause this process and regroup for several reasons. Tahoe is a unique natural environment and must, by nature, be restrictive and deliberate due to constrained topography and also environmental damage tied to more building and higher density. Lake clarity requirements must be prioritized, as well as public safety and wildfire dangers. Increased density and congestion only complicates and threatens public safety. Building our way out of the housing crisis is not the answer. We must consider strategies to unlock existing homes for locals who need affordable options. Lastly, I have yet to hear in any of these discussions the very real situation right now that's happening in Tahoe with property insurance companies pulling out completely so that people who need to get property insurance are left without any options. We must regroup and think about how our current climate dangers and wildfire realities are affecting existing housing before we start building more. I really ask you to please consider pausing. I also ask you to work very closely with Mountain Area Preservation. They understand these needs in a way that many of the governing board members and staff do not, and I would encourage more public engagement before proceeding with these. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Are there other hands raised?
Yes, Madam Chair, there's one more hand raised. Suzanne Pecci, please unmute to make your comment.
For the record, my name is Suzanne Pecci, resident owner of a home at Lake Tahoe since 1976, and I completely support the comments of the previous speaker. As a homeowner, I have had to my fire insurance canceled, and it was, even though there is a fire hydrant next to my home. And it was a very difficult process and a very costly process. And I really think that governing board members that do not live in the area are really out of touch with the issues that homeowners in the basin are experiencing. I live in a lovely neighborhood that used to rent their homes. I used to rent my home many years ago and just found it too devastating on the property. And so probably all of us I live in a neighborhood of vacant homes, and we've all talked about it. So I think that the solution we're talking about is really unlocking all of these vacant homes, and at least a portion of them, and find ways of making a rental market in the homes that are already existing. Thank you.
Madam Chair, there is one more hand up. Doug Flaherty, please unmute to make your comment.
Thank you. Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. We did have a letter from our attorney, Don Mooney, that was sent to the board that touches on basically the failure of the TRPA to consider California Attorney General's best practices with regards to development and wildfire and evacuation. Along with that, I request the TRPA develop evacuation and human density thresholds of significance based on data-driven roadway evacuation capacity analysis. You continue to fail to do this. Could have done this, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 months ago or longer. And that future development projects and code changes are approved only after substantial data-driven evidence determines via an EIS/EIR that compliance is achieved within this future TRPA evacuation threshold. I think you all know that if you were to do that, the data, I think a lot of you know some of the data that's been collected, using the most state-of-the-art achievable information, would put an end to your pro-developer, pro-density, pro-international destination projects and code changes, including recreation. So it's very sad because there are people that are very well-intended that would like to see more actual workforce housing. But as usual, these projects turn into something that really doesn't happen. Take 947 Tahoe, where our county commissioner and the TRPA approved rezoning 40 parcels from multifamily apartments to luxury condominiums. You're talking out both sides of your faces, and that, you look back on that, that's absurd. So this is all a scam. And it's just, your approach just isn't going to help workforce housing, and you know it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. Any other public comments?
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll close the public comment. We'll bring it back to first staff. Are there any items that you heard raised that you would like to address? Is there a clarification, I think specifically on the area-wide drainage or the stormwater
Yeah,
clarification?
Yeah, I believe the question was whether a project could be built and then later tie into a stormwater treatment system. That is not the case. The code language states that that all runoff from the project area must be treated by a stormwater system. So that would likely be included as a condition of the permit that that language that it would need to tie into that.
And I guess I have a follow-up because in one point you said area-wide and others you just said stormwater system. And that's publicly maintained, which we made sure was in there. So it couldn't be like some of the BMPs required on regular residential. Can you better define what an area wide, or is it area wide, or is it just stormwater system?
Yeah, I kind of use the terms interchangeably. It's an area-wide treatment system is typically kind of an off-site, so different from parcel level BMP where runoff from multiple parcels would run into the same treatment system. And that's why that public ownership is important, because it's not maintained by the private property owners. It is, typically in the public right of way or on a public parcel. And so that's kind of the main difference.
Okay. So there is an opportunity for a local jurisdiction if they want to contribute to helping housing get done, providing a smaller system in order to do so with multiple parcels, but it doesn't necessarily, when we talk about area wide, that can seem rather daunting and would further detract from getting affordable housing built. And yet we can meet those standards as long as we can meet those standards.
Right. Just for your information, we have issued a request for proposals and awarded it to.
Can you speak closer to your mic? I know people have a hard time hearing you.
Sean Hester here. We have issued a request for proposals and NCE was awarded the contract to work with all the local governments to come up with design standards for those that will work and also work for the two state agencies, Lawton and NDEP. And those should be produced and put into our BMP manual this year. So we'll do those with your staffs at the local level so they'll know it precisely when you hit a threshold and when you don't.
Great, that's great clarification. I appreciate that. Did you, Director Settlemeyer, have a comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, I appreciate the discussion we've had today. My question, I guess, comes to our motion as we're looking at it. There was some discussion of putting on an annual evaluation of how these categorical allocations are being utilized. And I wonder, based upon some of the fear that is out there that this will lead to rapid development, potentially, maybe we look at it differently in order to try to encourage people to utilize the system, because there's a part of me that feels that since these units haven't been used since 1987, that they are likely not to be used again based on economic realities. Maybe we just state that this exists for 1 year and then we just reevaluate and extend it, or choose not to extend it based upon the results that come forward. So I'm just throwing that out as a suggestion, rather than having our staff have to do all the analysis on this on a yearly basis. Let's just reevaluate it in 1 year. In other words, this just exists for a year and then we take a look at it. Just a thought.
Thank you.
If I
Other
could
board-
respond to that
Okay.
and maybe ask Ken Casman too. We actually have started in real time tracking them, so it shouldn't be an issue to present that information to you annually. And if you decide to make an adjustment. Ken, did I get that right?
Yeah, for the record, Ken Caseman with the Research and Analysis Department. So as John said, our plan is to daylight this information real time in our systems and make it available. We also do have a requirement as part of the threshold evaluation. Every 4 years, we're required to do a cumulative accounting of all development rights, including bonus units. And that the 2023 threshold evaluation is currently in process, and we'll be presenting that later this year. And will include a detailed analysis of the residential bonus units as they currently stand. And we'll show all of the reserved units and everything that we've been talking about today. So we do plan to provide much more information both in that report and on an ongoing basis thereafter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member comments? Yes, Mr. Ferry.
Just a quick go back on actually your comment, Chair Gustafson. When I read the proposed code language on the stormwater system, it doesn't say area wide. And to me, a stormwater collection and treatment system could exist on a single parcel. Does the board or does staff feel that we need to actually just be explicit in that so that we don't have to come back with some further clarification?
Yeah, we do define a stormwater collection and treatment system in chapter 90 of our code. And so I think it's pretty well clarified, in my opinion.
It's always the challenge. We don't have the whole code here when we are looking at these amendments. But I liked the rest of the language about, publicly maintained and permitted. And that may give us some flexibility with multiple parcels, but not miles of treatment. That's certainly our goal, but if we put that burden on an affordable housing project, we'll ensure it never is completed.
You're both absolutely right. It's about public responsibility for maintaining it. That's going to be way more efficient and effective. And that's really, when you talk with Shay Navarro, our watersheds and water quality program manager, that's what she says. That's the key. And that's what we'll be talking about. Maintenance as well when we do these design standards this year. That was John Hester for the record. Hope I was loud enough.
Mr. Marshall, I see you jumped online and your camera. Did you want to address the board on this item?
I wasn't sure of the direction of the board. I would say that what we tried to do in these amendments is to really reinforce the board's direction at the last meeting, and I think not the last meeting, at the adoption meeting in December for phase 2. And so I just wanted to respond to Mr. Settlemeyer's point about whether it should be just a year, 1 year thing. I would recommend that we make it, essentially effective. And if the board ever wants to change in the future, it can do so depending on the performance of the rate of use of the units. That I think that system best reflects what was the intent when the adoption hearing happened.
Great. Mr. Settlemeyer, Director Settlemeyer, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for a second bite of the apple. Based upon all the new information that was just given, that this will be a real-time tracking system, then I don't feel it's really as necessary to make this for a year. And I even question the concept of an evaluation because we're gonna have all that information for us. But anyways, that's just my thoughts at this point in time.
Ms. Aldine.
For the record, Shelley Aldine, what I would like to, having it available as part of our tracking system is one thing, but I don't know how many board members actually visit the TRPA website on a frequent basis. So I would like that evaluation, the results of those ongoing evaluations presented on an annual basis to the board.
I would support that, Shelley, but if you could make that direction to the executive director rather than the need to create new language within section 52.3.1, I think that would work.
John, I was just going to add it to the second motion.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Fink, did you want to address the board?
Thank you. If I may, I did want to note that Chapter 52 already does include language that requires staff to report biannually on the use of the bonus units and the drawdown of each of the individual pools. So it's not annually, but it is biannual, and the language is already there just for reference.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands go up from board members.
Yeah,
John?
I've just got one question. This is Mayor Bass. I'm curious, I know that this is more about what we're building, but when we talk about kind of what's being fulfilled for achievable housing, are we ever considering, Carson Valley for the South Shore, Truckee for the North Shore? I know for the achievable category, police officers, teachers, many of them choose to move to Gardnerville because that's their choice and what they want to do. And I just think it is relevant somewhat to what's being fulfilled. And I'm just curious, do we ever look at that metric?
I would look to staff if there's a response there.
I don't know that we try to influence where people move, but we do track that information for our transportation planning. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if that's answering Mr. Bass's question.
Right. Well, and as I see it, certainly people have that choice to do those commutes. I know as being a former employer in the basin with a lot of staff out of the basin when we had emergencies, many of them chose to move out of the basin because they couldn't afford to purchase a home in the Tahoe Basin, and we needed them to be in the basin during many of the emergencies we have. So I think Mr. Bass, it's a lot of different circumstances, and certainly this is a very small number of bonus units compared to the need that already exists. So I take that under advisement, because I do think with the tracking, we will see what sort of units get built and how these bonus units are used.
I do know that York County actually pays a pay differential for people to live in the basin. I don't know how many employers do that, but that's an example.
And that's not enough because we still don't have enough in the basin.
In response to Mr. Bass, I would also just note that our achievable definition allows for someone to work outside of the basin. It's as long as it's within the Tahoe Truckee School District. So someone could theoretically live, up in Truckee and live in a deed restricted unit within the basin.
Great, thanks. Yeah,
work outside the basin, but live in the basin. Correct.
Correct.
And I mainly bring it up just in the sense that, when we look at this overall issue, some of our needs are more circulated around transportation and needs of transit between those areas, Truckee or the Carson Valley, because again, that choice is being made commonly, but there isn't the transit to get people back and forth. So, you know, this whole achievable housing thing, portion of it could be fulfilled by us increasing our transit.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Okay, with that, I think the board members concluded. Can we put the motions up on the screen? And do I have a board member willing to make a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, motion to approve the required findings as described in attachment C, including the finding of no significant effect for adoption of the code and ordinance amendments as described in the staff summary.
Maria, will you call for the vote?
Ms. Alding,
Yes.
Mr. Bass,
Yes, sorry about that.
Mr. Aguilar,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Mr. Henigman, Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Mr. Ferry,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson, Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, motion passes.
Thank you. And then we have a second motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. James Settlemeyer. Motion to approve ordinance 2024 dash. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to put in this particular point. Oh, okay. Amending ordinance 87-9 as previously amended to amend the code of ordinances shown in attachment B.
Thank you, Director Settlemeyer.
Director Solomar, would you consider an amendment to your motion to include the requirement that the board make a formal presentation to the board on an annual
Absolutely.
staff make a formal presentation to the board on an annual basis regarding the use of the bonus units that are available for affordable, moderate, and achievable housing?
Absolutely.
Motion as amended. Maria, will you call for the vote?
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Ms. Alding,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Mr. Aguilar,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Henigman, Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Mr. Ferry,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson, Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, motion passes.
Thank you. Ms. Reagan, do you want us to try to continue before taking a break?
Madam Chair, I would suggest that we just finish this last public hearing and then take a break and we can start the planning matters after lunch if
Okay.
that's
Okay.
agreeable to the board.
Does that sound okay to the board members? Okay. So then we'll move on to item 6C, amendments to the Tourist Core Area Plan Mixed Use District regarding parcel 029-441-024, City of South Lake Tahoe. Information on this item can be found on page 299 of our packets. And as a reminder to the public, after the staff presentation and board discussion, we will go to the public for comment on this item. So I'll turn it back over to Alyssa.
Thank you. I'm just going to continue forward. Alyssa Bettinger for the record. I am going to kick this presentation off and then turn it over to John Hitchcock from the City of South Lake Tahoe to give more details about the amendment and project itself. But today, the focus of this presentation is a proposed amendment to the Tourist Core Area Plan. This amendment has been in the works for a number of years. Some of you may remember it's the site of the former Colony Inn Hotel. And this amendment really has been a true evolution of the project description. The applicant team has taken much of the feedback that they've received over the years and evolved the proposal. So, and I'll explain in more detail as we go through the presentation. Next slide, please. So again, this is a private property owner initiated amendment to the tourist core area plan. For reference, the parcel in that would be, or the parcel that's part of the amendment is behind the former Rayleigh's Shopping Center on Montreal. Again, and it's the site of the former Colony Inn Hotel. The city council approved the amendment back in April. And there is a proposed project under the amendment. If the governing board does approve the amendment to the area plan, the city would review the project under their delegation MOU. So I just want to be clear that the actual project itself would not be coming back to the governing board for review. Next slide, please. So the proposal itself is shown in the yellow box, kind of on the lower right-hand side of the map. It is the amendment would rezone a portion of a parcel that's shown in blue from recreation to tourist center mixed use. The parcel that would, or the portion of the parcel that would be rezoned is currently designated as recreation, which allows for single family residential as well as employee housing, but not multifamily residential. So this amendment would allow multifamily residential use up to 25 units per acre. And the resulting project does propose 30 residential units, 2 of which would be deed restricted achievable. And I'll let John get into the details on the project itself. There is an SEZ on this site, and the SEZ has been a concern around these amendments. I do want to note that the applicant has an active application in with TRPA to restore that SEZ, and our staff are working with engineers and the project applicant to come up with a restoration plan for that parcel right now. And I know the applicant team can speak to kind of the history of that as well. Next slide. Oh, let's go back just one. Thanks, Tracy. So the map on the left is the same map that you saw on the previous slide. That is the amendment area. I want to note here that this is an amendment to the local area plan map, but it's not an amendment to TRPA's regional land use designation or land use maps. Right now, the entirety of that parcel is included within the town center boundary and is designated as tourist. And so this wouldn't be a change to our regional land use designation. It's simply a change to the local area plan. Next slide. The amendments came forward to RPC back in July of 2022, and there was quite a bit of input that was received at that point. The RPC decided not to take action on the item due to a number of concerns that have since been addressed to our knowledge. They have removed the original proposed density limitations of 4 units per acre out of concern that, given that this is a town center location, we want to encourage higher density residential development. And the amendment area has since changed to not include the parcel just northeast of the parcel that you saw, for the parcel that's part of the amendment area. That parcel is next to the entrance of Van Sickle, and there was some concern that it would, have scenic issues given the location right next to Van Sickle's entrance. The other concerns have been addressed at the project level, so I'll let John get into more details on those. Next slide.
Thank you, Alyssa. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the governing board. For the record, John Hitchcock, Planning Manager of the City of South Lake Tahoe. Next slide, please. As Alyssa mentioned, the city did receive application from HVR Acquisitions LLC to rezone 2 parcels to tourist center mixed use. The intent of the amendment is to develop a multi-residential condominium project on one of the parcels. Next slide, please. Okay, can everyone hear me? Thank you. This slide depicts the current zoning for the subject parcels. The subject parcels are the 2 parcels that are south of the one that is designated that has the label of rec. It's currently zoned recreation. Currently, the recreation zoning designation allows for a variety of uses, includes employee housing, single-family dwelling, which is limited to caretaker residence, publicly owned assembly and entertainment over 300 persons, outdoor amusements such as mini golf courses, local public health facilities, cross-country ski course, day use areas, group facilities, and snowmobile courses. So that's currently what the current designation and the type of uses are currently allowed on the parcel. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide depicts the 2 subject parcels that are proposed to be rezoned to tourist center mixed use. The northerly parcel is located adjacent to Van Sickle State Park. The southerly parcel is located adjacent to what's commonly referred to as the Old Colony Insight. Next slide, please. And this slide is just to provide some clarification. There's been a lot of confusion during this amendment process of what impact this amendment would have on the Old Colony Insight. The parcel that's currently hatched right there is what's referred to as Old Colony Insight, which has SEZ that was stored at one time, but the restoration wasn't successful. That is not part of this amendment. That actually is already zoned tourist center mixed use and is not included as part of this amendment. Next slide, please. And then I wanted to provide this slide for area, just to provide some context of the proposed amendment. The area that you see in red are the 2 subject parcels that are proposed to be rezoned to recreation. The area that you see in hatch green is actually the verified SCZ that exists on the site. And then you'll see the relationship of these 2 subject parcels in relationship to Van Sickle State Park, as well as the Old Colony Insight. Next slide, please. So as part of this process, the city did go through a public scoping process. And we received public comments from the League to Save Lake Tahoe, as well as members of the public, as well as California Tahoe Conservancy and Nevada State Parks. Some of the issues that were raised during the scoping meeting included potential scenic impacts, impacts to the adjacent restored SEZ, and potential encroachment on public lands, as well as potential parking impacts. As a result of those comments received from the public and the California Nevada agencies, the project description was revised to remove the parcel adjacent to Van Sickle State Park. That particular parcel will remain zoned as recreation. The project description was also amended to limit the type of uses to residential, linear public facilities, recreation, and resource management uses. Due to concerns expressed during that scoping meeting, we also reduced the density down to 4 units per acre. And also the amendment itself was incorporated into the city-initiated tourist core area plan amendment process to streamline the amendment process. The city currently has a separate tourist core amendment process that is going on. We actually included this in that process in order to streamline the process. The city will also require any future project to install a visually permeable fence to restrict any sort of encroachment on SEZ land and on public lands. And in relation to potential scenic impacts, any future project is required to implement the design standards of tourist core area plan to ensure scenic and community design impacts are fully mitigated. And in relation to the potential parking impacts, Any future project will be required to meet city parking standards, requires adequate parking to be located on-site or off-site, or the applicant can pursue a use permit for reduction in the parking demand ratio. Next slide, please. This slide shows the amended project description. We removed Van Sickle State Park, so this figure depicts the parcel that's supposed to be rezoned in red. So the parcel next to the Van Sickle State Park is removed from this amendment. Next slide, please. After revising the project description, staff did present the new revised project description to the RPC and to the City Council on June 6, 2023. The City Council expressed concerns with the reduction in the density in a designated town center and supported a higher density at this location and directed staff to remove the minimum of 4 units per acre, and also directed staff to remove the amendment and remove this amendment from the city initiated process and proceed with this amendment on its own merits. Next slide, please. City staff has completed our tribal consultation. We did not receive any requests for consultation from the tribes. The city did prepare a CEQA initial study, mitigate neg deck, as well as a TRPA initial environmental checklist. The document was circulated January 19th through February 26th. We did receive comments from the Lead to Save Lake Tahoe. The study itself concluded one impact on the parking demand ratio, the city standard for parking demand ratio. The mitigation measure that's been adopted as part of the initial study and initial environmental checklist requires the applicant to develop offsite parking solutions or submit a parking analysis that supports a reduction in parking. And next slide. And with that, I think concludes my presentation and I can answer any questions.
Let's actually, if we may, turn it over to the applicant team, if they want to give any remarks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, governing board members. Nick Eckstein on behalf of the applicant, Michael Wischmeyer. Greatly pleased to be with you this afternoon. And I want to be really quick with this, if at all possible. And thank you so much for keeping us before your break. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. So with that, I want to really just get into the underlying project. This is a great project that's gone through a long gauntlet. And so we are now kind of at the 5th step. We've received approval at the City Planning Commission, City Council, RPIC, and APC. And a few things I want to just touch on is this is really a tremendous project. In fairness to your time, I'll open myself to any questions about any of these points, but I want to hit up on a few things. One, and I think John did an excellent job, this is private capital providing deed restricted housing. Very challenging. That's a really important step forward. The applicant has also worked with the city through every iteration, through lower densities, through higher densities, and every time they've been asked to respond, they've responded. They're using private capital to restore SEZ. Good, that's going to be incredibly important. Using private capital to install water quality improvements along Montreal, the city's at an incredible deficit in terms of their ability to provide those. So anytime you can provide private capital, it's a huge investment. It's also going to be a scenic improvement. As you drive down Montreal, for those that aren't familiar with the area, right now you get to see a transformer. And so, citing TRPA code and City of South Lake Tahoe code, if there was something like that, we would have to screen it from the roof. What this proposal doing in the underlying project is screening that. And so, like I said, want to be as quickly as possible in terms of this discussion, but want to highlight the important things of this project, what this project's bringing forward, the private investment that's bringing forward to solve our community challenges, and really, truly a fantastic project. Want to invite Michael Wischmeyer up as well to talk about the SEZ journey, but want to open myself up for questions, but just highlight on the important elements. And so with that, I turn it over to Michael.
Thank you. Governing board members, my name is Michael Wischmeyer and I'm the owner developer. I'm a proud 25-year local to this neighborhood and I'm generally excited about this project. This project is going to bring well-needed visual relief to the tourist core. Over the past 5 years, I've actively collaborated with the city, the TRPA, and our local community to ensure that this project aligns with shared goals. TRPA regional plan emphasizes reducing vehicle miles traveled and incentivizing walkability. The city has the tourist core area plan. This plan outlines a vision for the future of South Lake Tahoe. Excuse me. Its plan offers more guidance than both the South Lake Tahoe General Plan and the 2012 TRPA Regional Plan. Its primary goal is the revitalization of the tourist core. This concentrated area focuses on redevelopment, achieving better energy use, lowering the carbon footprint, reducing the vehicle miles traveled, alleviating vehicle congestion, and minimizes traffic on city streets. The tourist core area plan serves as a catalyst to transform existing conditions into opportunities for redevelopment. This area is 0.6 of an acre. It borders a massive substation. It's inaccessible to the public and lies directly behind an already approved development. This parcel is situated in the tourist core area plan, aligning with the TRPA and the city's desire for densibility and walkability to key amenities such as the gondola, the tourist hub, the lake, the downtown, and casinos. I'm generally enthusiastic about the positive impacts this project will have to our community. I sent out all an SEZ restoration journey, what happened in our progress, just a little backdrop. We have some updates on that, but in the overall in 2020, I learned the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency had deemed the 2013 SEZ restoration efforts a failure. While I had no knowledge it was failing, I believed it was in everyone's best interest using my own funds to ensure a functional SEZ rather than allowing it to become a desolate dust bowl. Just to skip into what we have done recently, and this is in early June 2024, geologist David Herzog collected data from the PISA meters that were placed last year and teamed up with botanist Julie Etra to prepare a vegetation baseline and a success criteria. Completion is expected for mid-July. These are the last items on the TRPA checklist for this permit approval. At present, I am eagerly awaiting the TRPA's approval to proceed with the restoration efforts, and I'm fully prepared to mobilize as the green light is given. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Alyssa, did you have anything further?
No.
Okay, then I'll go to board members for any comments or questions. Yes, Ms. Loomer.
I'll just repeat a question I asked at the RPC meeting last month, but can you just address how this helps further our achievable housing or affordable housing goals for TRPA?
Yeah, so like the project applicant team mentioned, this would 2 of the total 30 units would be deed restricted achievable. They would be receiving bonus units, and there would be no other subsidies that we're aware of that would be going into those units.
So it's 2 units out of 32 that are achievable and there's no income cap for those. Is that correct?
Out of 30 total. So 28 would be
Okay.
market rate.
So
but
there
yes,
might be a
I can clarify. So the proposed development on the rezone property is planned for an additional 12. So the 2 units would meet the TRPA 10% requirement. The phase 1 project on the Colony Inn site has already been approved. But that does not have an achievable component. The achievable component is proposed for this next phase of the project.
So for what we're approving today, what you're saying is it's 12 units with 2, so we're achieving the 10%. Is that correct?
If the amendment is successful, that is correct.
Okay. Does that make it more clear? Yeah.
I mean, I can also kind of expand on, at least when it comes to cities, and city housing initiatives, the city's approach, we have a number of initiatives going on related to housing. One that, as mentioned in an earlier presentation, we do have an inclusionary housing program. It's a little bit different than TRPA's. Ours, you have an in lieu option, or you can dedicate units, but rather than setting a flat rate of 10%, ours is based on a sliding scale of 5% up to 17% based on the size of the units. Any units over 2,000 square feet are required to be or provide dedicated housing units. The reason the city went down that track is we're trying to incentivize affordability by design by encouraging smaller residential units rather than these larger residential units. The city has also partnered with Related California and SMR Development and Novin Development to develop affordable housing in the city, which includes Sugar Pine, which currently under construction, 248 units. And then we also have another one coming online at 3900 Lake Tahoe Boulevard, which will be another 70 affordable units. The city also has a program in place where we provide land coverage and development rights and units of use for free for the construction of affordable housing units or for rent multifamily projects or accessory dwelling units. Currently, that program has been very successful. We have 15 ADUs that are currently either constructed or under construction. 21 for rent multifamily dwelling units are currently under construction. And then the 21 student housing units located at Lake Tahoe Community College. Those were all possible because of the city's efforts in providing development rights, which are very hard to get in many cases. We also have a Lease to Locals program where we provide monetary incentives to second homeowners to rent their homes to local residents. Currently, we have 44 units under that program, serving 105 individuals. We also have a rental assistant program, and we also have the CDBG rehab project where we're have partnered with the Homeless Coalition to convert existing tourist accommodation uses into high quality housing. So I just wanted to mention that because that issue was, this question was up last time I presented.
No, and yeah, just want to appreciate how much you guys are doing outside of this project. I think, you know, looking at the city as a whole, you're doing a lot of great work. So thank you for that. I mean, maybe you could speak to, you know, kind of your vision for these units. Is it going to be long-term rentals? Is it vacation rentals? Any idea like what the average rental cost would be?
Michael Wishmeyer, developer. I develop them and then I sell them. I think it's just as good as an opportunity that they will be long-term as it could be a vacation rental. The city needs TOT taxes, but that is a step past me.
Ms. Loomer, can I follow up while you're up at you're selling all the units, so even the achievable would be sold?
That is you know, down the road, we'll see kind of what happens with interest rates, but you know, this has been a 5-year project for me just to get it to here. We still have 2.5 more years to build it. But you know, this was forthcoming of these 2 units. I'm not under any gun to propose these units. I just you know, we have 18 units already approved for the front piece, and we are getting 12 if this amendment is successful, which puts us at 17%, which I think checks the boxes for the city, the TRPA, and yeah.
No, I appreciate that. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to see, are they for sale? You think they'll be for sale?
Yeah,
to-
so I mean, as
For the units, because I do think the deed restrictions on achievable allow us either rental or for sale product, and
correct, yeah.
anything helps us. I was just interested.
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah.
believe under the rules that you can sell the deed restricted unit to the person occupying the space. I believe that's in the TRPA code, so that would be fantastic. That would
Right,
be another stepping stone.
absolutely.
Here, don't leave.
Okay.
You said that you've gotten the results, test results back from the piezo meters, and could you share with us what the results of those tests show? Is there adequate water to reinvigorate this SEZ?
No, there's not. So the failure resulted from there's a flow ditch that runs through the property. And the flow ditch wasn't elevated sufficiently enough. So now over the last 8 years, it's gained erosion. So now the water doesn't flood out. It just stays in the flow ditch. So Paul might be able to put a little, I'm not a botanist or a geologist. All these people that are out there are above my pay grade on when it comes to environmental. But I believe that we have a little bit too much fill, according to the botanist, Julie Etra. And I think if we can a slight regrading will allow the filtered water to come down and to rehydrate. I think it could be a very simple and non-expensive fix. So, and that's just not my opinion. That's with the hydrologist and the geologist and everybody else. And to go back to the piezo meters, it did show adequately. I believe it's 18 inches. If you have groundwater at 18 inches, that is considered what the meadow specifications would like to be. But the grading of it, there was a few mishaps. We had the CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE, I believe, put 10 to 15 dozers on the property while we were all evacuated. This compaction of soil is not good for meadows. And I mean, these dozers are 250,000 pounds. They're going to compact the ground pretty fast. So with the piezometer information, which we just got from David Herzog, we were able to hire on the botanist Julietra to do, let me just make sure I don't mess this up. We needed a vegetation baseline to see the mixture of the vegetation that it matches the meadows that are currently around the existing meadow that we're trying to restore, and a success criteria that she's going to give her kind of data to let us know what the success rate will possibly be if we do, if we get water to the area and we put the right vegetime baseline and we do a small grading and kind of break up the soil a little bit and allow it for more, to get more moisture.
So is the source of water ephemeral? I mean, does it dry up at the end of the season?
It does. It's dry
It
now.
does.
That's a little bit of the reason why we waited till the beginning of June, was we had to wait for the stream zone to dry out.
Okay, well, I applaud your effort.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other board member comment? Ms. Loomer?
Just one more, just to better understand the implications of taking away the recreational space. How many other like lots of zoned recreational in the tourist core?
Sorry, just two parcels are now will be zone rec, the one north of this subject property and then the entrance to Van Sickle.
Thank you. Any other board member comments or questions? Then we'll go to the public on this item. Are there any members of the public that would like to address the board here in person or online? Please raise your hand and we'll call on you.
Oh, remember to turn on the mic this time. Hello, Seth Dowd, South Lake Tahoe resident, workforce housing developer, so on and so forth. Strongly in favor of this project. Would like to point out a few things that this is kind of an object lesson if you're looking for ways to improve. This is the 5th largely duplicative approval that the applicants had to go through. There's an opportunity to flatten that down between the city and the TRPA. It is another object lesson for someone like myself, not wanting to take risks in the city. This gentleman bought this property, which had a dilapidated hotel on it years and years and years ago. Dilapidated hotel and a destroyed stream environment zone. We are now 5 years into the planning process where just about everybody except the owner of the property has determined what's going to be built, the shape, the size, the color. He's had to slice off a good chunk of buildable land because people like trees next to a driveway that goes to a park. The amount of value that has been destroyed, both in the time and the process to get to this point, and the amount of forced design for him to be able to build anything, is so discouraging for anyone that wants to bring investment to this area. This lot was a dilapidated 1960s era motel that probably shouldn't have been built in the first place, not a great environmental project when it was built. But you have nothing now. You have a failed stream environment zone and you have land that is unusable. And for all of the good, and I truly do believe that everyone is here with the right intentions, everyone brings their best selves to these processes. But when you compare what it takes to build between a transformer and the back parking lot of a grocery store compared to anywhere else in the area. Why would I take my capital? Why would I take my reputation? Why would I take risk to build anything here, knowing that I stand a reasonable chance of having my entire project determined by others? And it could take infinity time to get to a point where I can actually put a shovel on the ground. If I go to Miss Aldine's Carson City, I can get this done in less than a year. So if you want to know why projects don't get built, if you want to know why there isn't investment, whether it's commercial, whether it's market rate residential, whether it's affordable, achievable, whatever you want, the reason there's no investment in South Lake Tahoe in particular is episodes like this. So please approve this project, but also take this as an opportunity to look at some of the processes and see if there are ways to make this area more competitive for the private market to develop.
Thank you, Seth. I
Thank you.
appreciate those comments. Are there other members of the public in the room? Like to speak to this? Are there members online who would like to address us?
Madam Chair, 2 hands are raised online. The first hand up was Gavin Feiger. Gavin, please unmute to make your comment.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you. We didn't submit written comments on the project this time. We have been opposed to it over the last nearly 5 years. I'd like to explain why. First off, appreciate Mr. Wishmeyer restoring the SEZ. That's something we talked about 3 or 4 years ago and was off the table at that time. So really glad to see that change. It's a big one. But the reason we're opposed is because these are short-term rentals. If you look at the project description, that's how they're described, even though we're considering a zoning amendment here, an area plan amendment here. That is the project as described. No real value to the community. Meets a few goals as listed in in the staff report, but is counter to a lot of goals too in the regional plan. Fundamentally, we're building, the property was purchased as zoned recreation. The Colony Inn was demolished. The commodities were transferred off site. The site was restored, and it was supposed to be permanently retired from development. There was a loophole that didn't happen. So that's where we stand. We've been opposed to it because it's taking advantage of a loophole. It's taking land that was purchased, zoned recreation, and building short-term rentals on it instead of much needed housing. And the current recreation zoning does allow dense workforce housing, which is more needed. So like I said, really appreciate the efforts to rehab the SEZ. It's really important, but those are the reasons we've been opposed to it. So thanks for your time.
Thanks, Gavin. Next commenter.
The last hand raised is Martha Mazurik. Martha, if you unmute, you can make your comment. Martha, I see your microphone is unmuted, but it's not picking you up. Maybe double check your audio settings. We'll circle back. One more hand went up. Doug Flaherty, if you are able to unmute, you can make your comment.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, members of the board. This is very typical. Yeah, we have an individual parcel or a couple of parcels here that I guess I heard aren't going to come back. The project's not going to come back for review. It's, an SEZ is going to be impacted. There's some concerns about actual, whether or not it complies with some of the regional plan goals and what have you. We concur with the League to Save Lake Tahoe. People aren't against building or builders. They want to see things done right. And here's a really good example of a cumulative impact that the sham environmental checklist will not catch. And how many more of these do we have to go through? So just really concerned that if this is approved in this manner, that it just continues the public perception that the TRPA really isn't looking out for the environment, they're looking out for the developer. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty.
And we'll circle back to Martha Mazurek. Martha, if you can unmute to make your comment. Martha, we're not picking up any audio from you.
Ms. Mazurek, can you hear us? We're not hearing you, so we'll go on to, I see another hand has gone up.
Yep, one more hand went up. Suzanne Pecci, please unmute.
For the record, my name is Suzanne Pecci, longtime property owner at North Lake Tahoe. You know, I live in an urban area that had been a rural area and for probably over 40 years now. So I guess we've seen our goals in the rural area to retain our ruralness, to protect the environment, the dark skies. We've seen all of that diluted by a city now that is really beholden to developers. And I guess I guess I've developed that expectation now of when I go to a meeting or try to understand a project and the impacts it will have on the existing residents, on our water quality, because we do live on wells. I expect this kind of an approval by the jurisdiction I live in. I guess I don't expect it of TRPA because of a long time respect for what they've done, what they had done in the past, and reining in development along the lake, and I appreciate that. So I really have to concur with the former speaker that this has become business as usual up here, and in a different environment that we've all worked to protect. And I guess it's a big disappointment as a public member that this kind of business as usual goes on up here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Another hand went up. Oh, yep, there she is. First name on Zoom is Lydia. Lydia, if you can unmute and please state your full name for the record.
Hi, thank you so much. I also oppose this project, and as a general rule, the echoed comments have been stated. I don't trust that TRPA has consistency or the good of the community in mind here. This is just one example. I think 6650 North Lake Boulevard is another example of just rapid development at the sake of damaging the area. Also, how was the impact on the SEZ resolved in a lot of these areas? The excavation in a lot of these places takes quite a long time to measure and calculate this. And I think we're speeding through a lot of these decisions irresponsibly. So I would be opposed to this project and a few of the other things that I've been seeing going on in the area. So kind of let the record show that most of us are doubtful that TRPA is kind of thinking consistently and honestly for the area.
Thank you for your comments. Let's give Ms. Mazurek one more chance here. I see she's muted now. Can you unmute and try again?
And Martha, if you're able to select a different microphone, it just looks like your microphone's.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Yes.
So thank you very much. And so I would like to echo the three prior commenters about the capricious nature of TRPA that approves what it wants and changes the rules from time to time. I know nothing in particular about this project at South Shore, but am quite disturbed by what is happening at my property at 6630 North Lake Boulevard. Neighbors next door have created a very deep foundation, which was much deeper than the original building that stood there, and it absolutely has impacted the stream zone environment issue. I remember having to place piezometers there in my own property before it was approved for 2 years. And I happen to know that this neighbor of mine did not have piezometers to make sure that the stream zone environment was not impacted. And that house is more proximal to the lake than my house. And so any problems with stream zone environment is going to impact me. And so I don't trust you when you're going to vote on this project at South Shore before you have piezometer readings or before you have any type of remedy to what the impact might be. So that's part one. Part two, we have trusted you based on our own experience to take care of sight lines and visual improvements to your approved projects. But you have now, again, allowed my neighbor to build, in essence, a 2-story building on the high water mark. And it's called a 1-story building, but the impact is of a 2-story building because they've raised the foundation, they dug it deeper, they raised the floor level, and they have a ceiling. And so while I had to create a sight line from the highway, which is 500 feet away, and I had to make sure that boaters and paddlers going past my property would not be able to see my property, you now have a 2-story edifice right on the waterfront. And it has completely destroyed my own sight line to the east. I can't even see the mountains to the east from my 2nd-story building. So I do not understand why I am to trust you with approving any of these projects. I'm sorry that that gentleman put in a lot of money and is losing property value, but we are all losing property values based on TRPA's capriciousness.
Okay, thank you for your comments as well. And with that, I don't see any more online unless I'm missing. So we'll close the public comment period and I'll bring it back to the board to address any of the issues or staff, any of the issues we've heard. Yes, Ms. Aldine.
I'm sure. Just by way of background, did the applicant demolish the Colony Inn, or was that done previously before his acquisition of the property?
That was done previous to Mr. Wishmeyer purchasing the property.
When the TAUs were transferred to State Line, right?
Some of them were transferred state line. There's still a number of them
Some were.
banked on the
Okay.
property.
Well, I'm not intimately familiar with this particular neighborhood, but it's, and I don't mean to be deprecating, it's not prime real estate. I mean, this is an infill project, right? And I think if we allowed some of these dilapidated buildings to stand for an extensive period of time, people would be clamoring for us to do something. We're doing something. It's new construction. An old dilapidated building was torn down so that this property could be put to beneficial use. And I think people have to remind themselves of that. The alternative could be far worse. And the objective of the 2012 plan was to concentrate development in core urban areas to keep it out of sensitive classifications of land. I mean, everybody has a gripe, and I understand that. Everybody is impacted personally in some cases, or kind of indirectly by the actions we take. But if there's an issue, the last speaker has an issue with, I'm assuming, the building of a house on a lakefront property, which falls under TRPA's jurisdiction. The question is, has she contacted TRPA? If the builder of that home is not abiding by the permit conditions, then it's an enforcement issue. And so I think it's incumbent upon people who have complaints to contact the agency and find out what can be done. But this project is not a lakefront home. This project is an infill redevelopment project. And so anyway, I think I wanted to make that distinction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other board member comment or questions? Yes.
I just appreciate. This is Ashley Conrad, State for the record. I just appreciate Ms. Aldine's comments and really reflect that when we, the housing amendments we just discussed, a lot of the climate adaptation we discussed, we're focusing on infill and trying to build in areas where we're not increasing the impact into the wildlands, increasing, wildfire risk, impacting evacuation corridors. We're really trying to focus in these areas, and I think this is a good example of it. Additionally, I think Mayor Bass is about to speak, but the city approved it, and a lot, we have to be aware of what the locals have been discussing and approving as well.
Correct. Mr. Bass?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just want to say, from the city's perspective, definitely we support this project. A few things, for one, 18 of these units are approved and ready to build today, and we're really getting a positive gain out of approving these next 12 with 2 achievable housing deed restrictions. The other thing that, we spoke a lot about the city and what we've been doing in housing. One thing that wasn't said is Measure T, which was a voter initiative that banned the use of overnight rentals in all of our neighborhoods, and it reduced overnight rentals by about 1,400. However, that measure does allow overnight rentals in the tourist core, where they really are at the right use. This property is walkable to the gondola, walkable to the casinos, helps our parking issues for people being able to stay parked where they're staying overnight and walk to the gondola. So there's just many benefits as well. The SEZ improvements that we would not be seeing, and we would be seeing these 18 units develop. So again, I think we gain a lot by this, and I very much trust that the applicant will fulfill, what he's committed to doing with the SEZ. So I just want to, put it on the record that the city is in support and believe this is a great project.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Any other comments or questions from board members? Otherwise, I'd entertain motions.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just a very quick clarification. This is Graham St. Michel. Just for the record, pointing out the staff report does say something. It says it misstates the vote as an affirmative vote of majority of the quorum. It should say 4 affirmative votes from each state. I just wanted to clarify that for our record.
Thank you for clarifying. Okay.
Madam Chair, can I make a
Yes.
a
Yes.
statement? I just wanted to respond to some of the questions. I just want to be clear that the action from the board today is on the zoning amendment itself. It's not on the project. The project will be reviewed on its own merits and will be approved. It's found to be consistent with all the standards of the Tourist Core Plan, including the protection of the SEZ. I just want to make that very clear. We seem to be confusing the actual amendment with the Colony Inn site. The Colony Inn site has always been in the tourist center mixed use, and that project could have been approved years ago. The amendment itself affects the portion of the parcel that's currently vacant, and there's high capability land on that particular portion. So I just want to make that clear.
I appreciate that. Okay.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the required findings, including a finding of no significant effect for adoption of the proposed tourist core area plan amendments as provided in attachment D.
Thank you. And with that, Maria, will you call for the vote?
Ms. Alding?
Yes.
Mr. Bass?
Yes.
Mr. Aguilar?
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda?
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos?
Yes.
Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Mr. Henigman? Mr. Settlemyre? Let's circle back, Mr. Settlemyre. Mr. Ferry?
Yes.
Ms. Williamson? Ms. Loomer?
No.
Ms. Gustafson?
Yes.
And Mr. Settlemyre.
Yes.
Madam Chair, that motion passes.
I further move to adopt ordinance 2024 amending ordinance 2022 02 as previously amended to amend the tourist core area plan to include the additions and revisions as provided in attachment B.
Thank you. Maria, will you call the roll?
Mr. Bass?
Yes.
Ms. Alding?
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Mr. Aguilar,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Henigman, Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Mr. Ferry,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Loomer,
No.
Ms. Williamson, Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Okay. And with that, Julie, I would ask a half an hour, you think, or should we try to make it quicker? How about 20 minutes? I'd like to get through today on a reasonable time. So if we can eat quickly, that would be great. So 20-minute break and we'll be back just before 2. Governing Board, we will resume our meeting. And thank you. We're going to continue to be eating our lunch, so bear with us, but we want to get through today's agenda. And we will move on now. And let's see. We are on to our planning matters. Item 7 on our agenda, 7A, Forest Health Program Progress and Priorities. And Kat McIntyre, Dr. Kat McIntyre is here to present.
The excitement is palpable. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, governing board members. Next slide, please. As mentioned, my name is Kat McIntyre, and I am the EIP Department Manager for the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. And today I'm going to be giving you an update on the progress and priorities regarding the Tahoe Basin's Forest Health Program. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is an overview of what the presentation will entail. I'll do background, history, and context. Then I'm going to move into priorities and projects in a few different key areas: fire adapted communities, restoring and maintaining landscapes, response to wildfire, capacity building, and then technology and innovation. I'll highlight briefly 2 big initiatives, projects that are coming up, and then I will open it up for discussion and any questions. Next slide, please. So many of you have seen this slide, and I always think it's important to set a little bit of the context about what we mean when we talk about forest health in the Tahoe Basin. So we know historically in not only the Sierra Nevadas, but much of the Western United States, that forests were less dense with more vertical and horizontal heterogeneity across the landscape, more of a diverse mosaic, if you will. In fact, in 2022, a study conducted by UC Davis estimated current forests in the region are 6 to 7 times denser than they were a century ago, which is no surprise given the historical logging practices and the exclusion of fire for over a century. In order to improve forest structure and restore forest health, land managers often treat forests in a variety of ways, including mechanical and hand thinning, mastication, lop and scatter, chipping, replanting of native species after disturbance, and prescribed burning, whether that's pile or broadcast burning. And ultimately, these treatments are designed to achieve one or multiple goals, including reducing the risk of wildfire, limiting the spread of insects and disease, reducing competition, and improving habitat. Next slide, please. The Tahoe Fire and Fuel Team is a working group of the Environmental Improvement Program, and we call the Tahoe Fire and Fuel Team TFFT. TFFT was created in 2008 after the Angora fire to implement the recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Commission and the multi-jurisdictional fuel strategy. So this is a group of 21 plus agencies, including fire districts, land managers, and NGOs, all striving to improve coordination and increase pace and scale of restoration and ultimately threshold attainment in the Tahoe Basin. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the TFFT is a working group of the Environmental Improvement Program and is guided by the MAC, or the Multi-Agency Coordinating Group, which is a group of executives and leaders in the Tahoe Basin across fire agencies, land managers, regulatory agencies, and nonprofits. And all of those, so the Tahoe Fire and Fuels Team is that working group. Then you've got the MAC that really helps guide TFFT. And those 2 groups really tier up into the Tahoe Interagency Executive Steering Committee, or TIE, which really sets the strategy for the Environmental Improvement Program. The TFFT uses the Forest Action Plan as a guiding document and plan to accomplish the work in the Tahoe Basin. This plan outlines a three-pronged approach to achieving forest health and wildfire risk reduction, including increasing capacity, technology and innovation, and taking a landscape scale focus to our work. Additionally, the Forest Action Plan sets a target of treating 22,000 acres in the WUI by 2025, which, if accomplished, would be a first entry on all WUI acreage or wildland urban interface acreage in the Tahoe Basin. Next slide, please. Thank you. So what is TRPA's role in all of this? From a regulatory perspective, TRPA's Code of Ordinances and thresholds both have requirements related to forest health and vegetation management. Our forester, Bruce Barr, issues tree removal permits, and staff regularly review and coordinate with partner agencies on forest health projects throughout the basin. In terms of an environmental improvement program perspective, TRPA acts as the leader and convener of the EIP, and we also act in that role for the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team. So TRPA was a founding member of the TFFT, and we continue to help lead, convene, and collaborate with all the partners within that role and also within the MAC. Next slide, please. Before I highlight any of the great work that's happening in the basin, I just want to note that everything that this partnership does is done with an underpinning of science. So the science management nexus in the Tahoe Basin is strong, and we work closely with the Tahoe Science Advisory Council and the research stations to ensure management decisions on our forests are made with the best available science. A great example of this is a recent study that was just released by the Tahoe Science Advisory Council on the Caldor fire and the efficacy of fuels treatments in that area. Next slide, please. So our first area of projects and priorities that I want to highlight all have to do with fire adapted communities. Next slide, please. The Tahoe Basin Fire Adapted Communities Program is run through the Tahoe RCD in partnership with many of the agencies and groups within TFFT. Fire Adapted Communities is a programmatic framework to support and build community wildfire resilience through steps such as home hardening, defensible space, and fuels reduction. To date, there are 75 Firewise communities or neighborhoods in the Tahoe Basin with 96 different neighborhood leaders. And we currently have 37 Firewise USA recognized sites with 4 pending for a total of 41. And to give you a little bit of context, in 2022, there were only 12 Firewise USA recognized sites in the Tahoe Basin. So we've seen an almost 3 to 4 times growth in the last 2 years. Lastly, go back. Sorry, I wasn't done. I know, I paused. I confused. I do want to highlight, we had another record year of defensible space inspections with 9,500 inspections in 2023 and a total of 72,000 inspections since 2008. And all fire districts, which I'll highlight later, are using a new technology and tool called Fireside to help streamline and communicate about defensible space inspections with private homeowners and coordinate with those homeowners on actions that they can take. Next slide, please. Keep going. All partners in the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team and Fire Pit or public information team are participating in and holding a variety of communication events and opportunities throughout the basin, including our new defensible space campaign, which is highlighted in the middle, Get Defensive, as well as holding wildfire preparedness workshops. You'll see on the left it's a project map. So the Forest Service in partnership with Fire Pit is launching a new project map that mimics the successful prescribed burning map that goes out weekly around the basin, letting people know where prescribed burns are happening. This map that you see on the left is going to highlight active forest health projects in the basin with details and contact information, so the public will have at their fingertips readily available information regarding what is happening within their neighborhood or area at that time. Next slide, please. Another big initiative for the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team partners was the Community Wildfire Protection Plan update, or the CWPP update. So CWPPs are collaborative plans developed to identify and prioritize areas of hazardous fuels reduction, infrastructure protection, and community preparedness. Once they are completed, communities with CWPPs are given priority for a variety of funding sources to help implement projects. So it's a critical component to getting and securing funding. The new, the update essentially will include a variety of new and innovative things, including GIS to keep it a living document and really kind of a GIS story map so people can consistently be going on, seeing information. We can update that information live as things are evolving. As well as using Land Tender, which is a decision support tool to help prioritize where projects should be put on the landscape. This plan will take into consideration evacuation corridors, critical infrastructure, and underserved and vulnerable communities when identifying and prioritizing projects for the future. Next slide, please. Okay, where are we going? Okay. Many of you have probably seen this article that just came out in the Tahoe Daily Tribune. The city of South Lake Tahoe just passed a defensible space ordinance, and it was adopted on June 18th. This ordinance builds on the state of California code defensible space requirements, which will guide the city, which have guided the city historically in the past when doing defensible space inspections. By creating its own ordinance, the city can expand the requirements to business partners, where in the past it was just strictly residential parcels. Now with this defensible space ordinance, we can look at business parcels and residential parcels as a whole. Next slide, please. The next group of projects and priorities I'm going to highlight are around restoring and maintaining landscapes. Next slide, please. So overall, the partnership has treated 72,000, almost 73,000 acres since Angora and 94,000 acres since the inception of the Environmental Improvement Program in 1997. One of the key pieces of the Forest Action Plan is to focus on landscape scale projects and treatments. And so that's what we're going to take a look at in the next few slides. Next slide, please. I just wanted, this is pulled directly from that Forest Service map that I was telling you about that it's going to be available to the public to see what is currently active in terms of projects. I wanted to use this map as an opportunity to highlight there are projects occurring all around the basin. It's not just one entity. It's not just one partner that's doing work. All of the partners on all of the shores, both states, all jurisdictions are actively doing fuels reduction and forest health projects. Next slide, please. Two of the largest landscape scale projects right now being implemented in the Tahoe Basin are the Nevada Energy Resilience Corridor and the Liberty Utilities Resilience Corridor, both in partnership with the Forest Service. These projects are projected to treat thousands of acres underneath and adjacent to utility lines around the Tahoe Basin, creating shaded fuel breaks and making our electrical systems and forests more resilient to wildfire going forward. Next slide, please. Another large landscape scale project that's moving forward this year is the Caldor Fire Restoration Environmental Assessment. This project is planned to go out for public scoping this summer in 2024, with projected implementation ideally in 2025. Restoration actions that will be include wild and urban interface, fuels reduction, reforestation in the burn area, stream channel improvements, and habitat improvements. Next slide, please. Our next grouping of priorities and projects is the response to wildfire category. Next slide, please. Sorry. So the Tahoe Water for Fire Suppression Partnership was formed in 2007 to address firefighting water infrastructure deficiencies. As many of you know, water infrastructure plays a critical role in fire suppression. The partnership includes all of the water providers in the Tahoe Basin and is a working group of the Environmental Improvement Program, regularly coordinating with the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team. Since 2016, 7 projects have been accelerated by Lake Tahoe Restoration Act funding, specifically related to water infrastructure, and more than 100 have been implemented by water purveyors. Examples include things like IVGID's fire hydrant replacement program, as well as SCPUD's fire hydrant upgrades. Next slide, please. Additionally, partners are focusing on things like shaded fuel breaks and evacuation corridors. We've heard quite a bit that evacuation corridors are critical, and the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team and the MAC, the multi-agency coordinating group, have both taken that to heart and have evacuation corridors and planning around those areas as top priorities for the coming year. The majority of treatments, I do want to note, completed in the Tahoe Basin are surrounding communities, neighborhoods, and infrastructure. And so this will continue to we will continue to place emphasis on those types of treatments and include transportation infrastructure as we move forward. A great example of a shaded fuel break that was just completed is in Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District's area. They completed 23 acres on Forest Service land surrounding the Skyline community and plan to continue to do more work building off of that shaded fuel break into the coming years. Next slide, please. Lastly, I want to highlight two critical pieces of all the work we do in the Tahoe Basin, and that is capacity, and then the next slide will be technology and innovation. Partners have actively been working to build capacity for the forest health program in the Tahoe Basin through a variety of mechanisms, including the Lake Tahoe Community College Forestry Program, where there will be a TREX training for the Washoe tribe of Nevada and California that will be hosted this fall, really building up their prescribed fire skill set and their cultural burning skill sets. And then also developing a new focus position that is just focused on coordination for the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team. Additionally, we've had the Tahoe Conservancy has been able to do multiple capacity grants out to local partners to help boost and build workforce. So what you see on the left is the chipping crew, which is a partnership between Lake Valley Fire Protection District and City of South Lake Tahoe Fire and Rescue that offers free chipping to residents within the districts. And is a great capacity building and great opportunity to kind of get your defensible space work done for free. Next slide, please. And then lastly, in terms of technology and innovation, the Tahoe Fire and Fuels partners have been busy identifying and piloting a variety of new and innovative technologies in the basin. I mentioned Fireside, which is a defensible space inspection software that builds efficiencies for inspectors and can generate risk scores for properties. We're also working with Pyrologics and Land Tender, which combines remote sensing and data to create a decision support tool that helps land managers understand where wildfire risk is and what treatment options are and how to reduce wildfire risk. And then the picture is the burn bot, which this is really the masticator bot. But last month, partners were able to pilot the burn bot on IVGID land. This was done through a partnership between North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District, the Tahoe Fund, burn bot, TRPA, and many others. This machine is a remote masticator that you see up on the screen, and it was able to treat 22 acres of land in 2.5 days. To give you a little bit of a comparison, a typical hand crew treats about 3 to 5 acres per day. So the burn bot was able to double and almost triple the acreage output of the hand crew, which has enormous implications for ramping up pace and scale of treatments in the basin. Additionally, this technology is significantly quieter than chainsaws and can be safely operated on steep slopes as well as around neighborhoods and communities. Next slide, please. So two of the big initiatives, projects that are coming forward. This is kind of the next steps, what's coming up. In terms of upcoming priorities, we have the Protect Grant. So this is a $1.7 million grant that was awarded to TRPA from the Federal Highways Administration to collaboratively develop a resilience improvement plan and a regional emergency communications and transportations plan. So this will all be done with our partners in the Tahoe Basin, determining what are going to be the next, what's the stakeholder assessment look like? What are the next steps? What are the projects that we want to put into a resilience improvement plan? We're at the very beginning stages of figuring all of that out, but it will be done in lockstep with all of our partners. Next slide, please. And then lastly, we have Lake Tahoe West. So Lake Tahoe West is making progress, which is great. I know many of you have probably knew about Lake Tahoe West. It's been kind of on the docket for many years. So the draft environmental assessment is planned to come out for public comment in early July. A decision notice and a finding of no significant impact is expected in the fall of 2024, with implementation plan for 2025. This project will include 1,700 acres of forest thinning and fuels reduction, up to 2,500 acres of prescribed fire annually, including that really ecologically beneficial understory burning, and then other restoration activities such as restoring streams, meadows, and aquatic habitat. The map that you see on the right is the original landscape of what Lake Tahoe West looked like. So Lake Tahoe West was originally a 60,000 acre landscape from Dollar Point all the way down to Emerald Bay across multiple jurisdictions. And it still is, but the main piece that's moving forward is the Forest Service land. So that's that 17,000 acres of forest thinning. Next slide, please. I do want to note that there are projects that are occurring on the West Shore. So the West Shore is not just waiting for Lake Tahoe West to move. We've got the West Shore WUI project that the Forest Service is doing, hazardous fuels reduction and prescribed fire with the California State Parks. Liberty Resilience Corridor is ramping up and they're doing work on the West Shore this summer. Dollar Creek Forest Health Project with the Tahoe Conservancy is moving forward. And so like all EIP projects and programs, these projects are all funded and implemented by a variety of funding sources and resources across multiple sectors. So for federal, we've got the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act and the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act. For state funding, we've got the Conservancy wildfire grants, as well as state parks bringing funding to the table. Locally, North Tahoe Fire Protection District is continuously working and offering their time and resources to do more work. And then in terms of private contribution, we obviously have Liberty, but the next project or the next presentation that you're going to see will be from Homewood, who is proposing to do 252 acres of forest health, thinning and fuels reduction treatment on their land. And so there's an opportunity there. Again, always bringing in that private-public partnership. It's what makes the EIP model work. So with that, I will go to the next slide and open it up for any questions or discussion. Thank you.
Kat, you can talk fast. I just want to say that was a very good, speedy presentation. And just a reminder to the public, this is not an action item, so we'll entertain some board questions now, but the public can comment at the end under the closing public comment questions if they have some. So yes, go ahead. Please.
Ashley Conrad Seda, for the record, I just want to commend TRPA and all the partners in the basin for doing such a great job and working together and demonstrating the power of these partnerships to get projects done. It's really not easy to cobble together this type of funding and to get everyone agreeing on the types of treatments that work. This is like a many decades long process to reach agreement. So I'm really impressed with the work that you've done to date and just look forward to hearing more about it. I had one question on your work on the fire safe communities. Have you seen any increase in an interest from insurers in staying in the community as a result of the defensible space work? There's this theory that the more communities you have that are designated sort of fire safe, the higher the likelihood is that insurability remains. And I'm just wondering if you've seen any of that benefit.
Yeah, I can't probably speak to that. I think the Tahoe RCD that runs the FireWise and Fire Adapted Communities program, we can get you that information. We do know anecdotally that generally, if you participate in a FireWise like neighborhood and you have that certification, there are benefits in terms of reduced insurance costs or being able to maintain your insurance. But that is something that we're always thinking about. Like with the burn bot, we were thinking about how could this be used to maybe do more acreage in neighborhoods to maintain insurance policies for homeowners. And then in terms of the data and technology piece, there's some really innovative stuff coming out of Pyrologics and Land Tender and Fireside, where you can essentially develop a risk score and you can look at pinch points within a neighborhood and then use that mapping and those risk scores to target where resources should go. And so I know that those companies, I believe, are having conversations with insurance companies as well as to, would you be willing to use this type of modeling? And if we could show that we're reducing risk by N degree, would you be, would you accept that? So I think there's more on the horizon. But I don't have the exact numbers for you.
And for the record, I should say Vibrant Planet is one of my clients. So I'm actually doing that outreach to the insurance companies, which is why I was wondering if you also had any data. I mean, it's not just for Vibrant Planet, but for the state of California, we're working with the Department of Insurance to try to figure that out too. But I mean, I do think it would be interesting for this region to document it because it is it's a huge issue in the West and Tahoe obviously has like many, the cost of the built assets here are incredible. And so actually documenting how the work that you're doing is protecting those built assets and the jobs that go along with them, right? People buy homes and they need the insurance to actually occupy them. And then those, once they're in there, they're providing jobs to plumbers and electricians and people doing the tree maintenance. And so if you can't actually insure those homes, it has a ripple effect throughout the entire economy. So I think documenting that and showing how the work you're doing is actually supporting rural economic development and supporting the economic development of the region would be incredibly helpful for the West as a whole.
Madam Chair, may I build on that for Kat? And thank you, Member Conrad Seda, for bringing this up. And I think some members around the table locally have had personal experience with homeowners insurance in Tahoe. I do want to applaud Kat for serving on the Federal Wildfire Commission. And there were representatives from the insurance industry that Kat served with. One of those representatives came to Tahoe with the Western States Caucus a few months back, and we took them, collaboratively with the Forest Service and many partners on tours. The problem with the models, as you probably know, is they are very large scale. They don't hone in on individual areas. Tahoe is far ahead of a lot of communities on the work that we've done on the forest health side, on the home hardening and defensible space. And I think it is through the work that we're able to show, hopefully, the benefit of narrowing in those models and doing risk assessments and loss assessments based on work on the ground, not on these very coarse models that are huge swaths of the West. Huge problem here in Tahoe, but it does connect back to the public comment we heard earlier and how the work that we're doing in partnership with the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team to be a leader and to help people regain their homeowners insurance, because companies are walking away because the risks are just so catastrophic. So, and I did want to thank Vic from the Forest Service, who's there in the audience. If you have any questions for the Forest Service, of course, almost 80% of the land in the basin is managed by the U.S. Forest Service. So really appreciate them being here today.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes. Ms. Loomer.
Couple of questions. I'm just curious if there's collaboration with the Washoe tribe on trying to increase, beneficial and cultural fires.
No, I kept pressing the mute button. Whoops. Yes, so that is exactly what the Trex training. So that is a partnership right now. It's pretty interesting. So it actually all evolved at the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team retreat that we were able to host this winter. UNR and the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California are partnering, and they want to do a Trex training. And a Trex training is a prescribed burning training. Essentially, you bring in the Nature Conservancy and they will train individuals on how to conduct prescribed burning, both cultural and just prescribed burning for non-cultural purposes. So we were all having a conversation. They were looking for funding, and luckily, between the partner, because we have a partnership with the Forest Service had passed TRPA, Lake Tahoe Restoration Act funding. And so we had a group conversation of, could Lake Tahoe Restoration Act funding go to help support this training and build up the skill set for the Washoe tribe? And we all agreed that yes, it could. And so we're actually actively working to put agreement together and get that training in place this fall. And the idea being that they would be able to build their own cultural burning crew. And then also then we could tag team on prescribed burning needs as well in the Tahoe Basin. So yes, absolutely.
And then just one more question, curious, with the both, like pre-fire and post-fire work that we're doing on the ground, how are we, and this could also be a question for the Forest Service, but how are we monitoring the impacts to native and non-native species?
Staff officer. Thank you, Kat. So in regards to your question, so we're balancing the work that we're doing in burned forest versus green forest. It's a real balance to try and restore what's been burned and still make progress in the areas that are unburned, so we can hopefully mitigate risk and have fewer burned acres in the future. And as we're doing that, as we're making NEPA planning decisions and prior to project implementation, we do surveys. So aquatics, wildlife, botany, heritage are the typical suite of surveys that are performed, and we are watching for, say, for example, in the burned areas, invasive weeds are a primary concern. And so we have rapid response monitoring that goes on every year. And also, before we bring any equipment in to an area, it must be washed and certified weed-free. And then when it operates on whatever ground it is, typically on forest system ground, then we also inspect it afterwards before it goes somewhere else. And I think that's mitigating the primary concerns about new species, including our consultation with the Fish and Wildlife Service regarding newly listed species or species that are proposed for listing. So there's a whole suite of activities that we engage in to consider the species you mentioned. Did that answer your question? Okay. Thank you.
Can I just follow up on that? I mean, I guess also along those lines, are you all thinking about monitoring treatment effectiveness? So the work that you're doing, the acres that you've done, are you looking at the effectiveness of that treatment to bring wildfire down to the ground, to bring in beneficial fire, right? To reduce the risk of catastrophic fire?
Short answer is yes. I would say ever since the Angora fire, we're considering not only effectiveness monitoring in, say, for example, the protection measures that we put on the ground. So we have resource protection measures and best management practices. They're two suites of activities that help protect natural resources as we're implementing projects. We have effectiveness monitoring to check and see how those, whether those are working. Say, for example, particularly if we operate after the October 15th grading ordinance, then we want to see if, say, for example, the erosion protection measures held over the wintertime. So we have staff that go out and look at that stuff, but also coming at it from maybe a slightly different angle. We also, whenever there are, say, fires like the Emerald Fire or the Caldor Fire, we look for opportunities to see how did our treatments perform? And then what can we learn from that? How should we adjust prescriptions, which are the marking guidelines that determine our crews, what tree spacing, what types of trees on different aspects, slope aspects, north facing, south facing, elevation bands, where can we improve? And I would say that, one of the larger lessons coming out of the Angora fire was to increase tree spacing after thinning on slopes. Pretty simple, but important. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from board members? Belinda, I'd seen your hand up earlier, but I didn't see it up now.
Well, that's because all my great fellow board members asked all the questions I wanted to ask.
Okay.
And I will just add my commendation to Kat and all the wonderful work TRPA is doing with the partners. I mean, it's just amazing. I also, live in another forest area, and I could only wish that we had that level of cooperation. So kudos to everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Faustinos. Anyone else from the board?
Yeah, hi, Madam Chair. This is Mayor Bass. I just kind of curious, with our defensible space ordinance we did in the city, is that possible, basin-wide from the lens of TRPA? And then also just thinking about new projects that we permit, and can we put those requirements on everything that we're permitting as new projects?
So I think I'm at like a loss here. Yeah. Sorry, Bruce Barr is coming up to the podium.
Yeah, I'm Bruce Barr. I'm the forester here at TRPA. To kind of speak to your question, Mayor Bass, almost all of the jurisdictions in the basin have some form of an ordinance like that now. Some of them are more aggressive than others, but City of South Lake now has their ordinance. El Dorado County has an ordinance. Placer County has an ordinance, and Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District does have a similar type of program where they go by and do compliance surveys and then send out letters, as does North Lake Tahoe up in Incline Village. So yeah, we're pretty much covered in the basin now.
And I'll just add to that. Thank you, Bruce. This is Julie Reagan, Mayor Bass, just to thank the city for the leadership on this. I can say in the early days, I was part of the formation of the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team representing TRPA with Mike Vollmer, who is now the Conservation District's Resource Conservation District's general manager. He and I were intimately involved, and the city was not that engaged in defensible space at the time, and it took many, many years to get the city engaged, and to now have this new ordinance really takes it to the next level. So like Bruce said, we're doing well in terms of the unity, and particularly on the California side with resources 4291, and there are similar provisions in Nevada. And then the leadership of all the implementers at the local fire district level and the fire service, the two states. I think we're really doing well in that space.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from other board members?
I have one.
Yes, Mr. Rice.
I know that the Tahoe Douglas Fire is very aggressive in their programs trying to get the fuels taken care of. But there is one program that I am very, very fond of. And I want to mention that Chief Lindgren is wanting to form his own Air Force, as it were, a Air Force of one water dropping helicopter, which would be tremendously incredible. As soon as I have personally had to fight a wildfire near sewer plant when I was working the patrol boat. We could see the smoke, and on that particular day, there was so many fires that our dispatcher thought that we were at a different location until the Boread bomber came in and darn near took us out. But I think that if all of the agencies around the lake would get together and help the chief get his doggone helicopter, we would all be a whole lot safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. I would just like to add my gratitude for the incredible leadership. I know that when the Angora fire hit South Shore, a few months later, we had a smaller fire, the Washoe fire on North Shore. And because of the fuels treatment that had already been done by the Forest Service up above that area, hundreds of homes were saved in a very, unfortunately, we did lose 5 homes, but those were lower down the mountain. Once it hit the treated area, it worked. And we have CAL FIRE with a Chinook helicopter that's capable of 2,500 gallons, if I'm getting my numbers right, at the Truckee Airport, and night vision technology. So we're very pleased to have that in close proximity to around the lake for easy access right now for this summer. They've stationed one here for us. So thank you, Kat, for all of the work, and to all the partners. Please give our gratitude to all the partners in moving so many different technologies and projects forward. It's so important to protecting our communities. And we're doing a great job. We are ahead of so many other areas, and I think we forget that and don't take credit enough for all the work you're doing. So thank you, Kat. And thanks for talking so fast. We made up a lot of time on that.
And question, when did you get your PhD, Kat?
2019.
2019. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I took this job, flew back, defended, and then finished my dissertation. Yeah.
Yes.
A doctor for quite a while.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would love to add to Julie Reagan here, your last remark. I was in a meeting with Eric Walker, the forest supervisor at the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit, and he said, we now actually have 2 super scoopers stationed at the South Lake Tahoe Airport. So we have, they could be deployed elsewhere, but they are available, for that initial attack. So 2 here locally. And just as a fun fact, our local TRPA's invasive species team go out and actually inspect those super scoopers, because they pick up water from other water bodies throughout the West, just to make sure they're not carrying any invasive species. So just another example of how we work together.
Great. Thank you, Julie. So with that, unless there's any other comments, I'd like to move on to our next item, which is 7B, Homewood Hazardous Fuels Reduction Project. And that is applicant is Homewood Village Resorts LLC, 5145 Westlake Boulevard, Homewood, California. Boy, there's a lot of assessors parcel numbers. 097-050-073, 097-050-088. All the way through and 097-140-003, all published in our agenda. And this is TRPA file number, permit number, tree 2023-1582. Information on this item can be found on page 355. And as a reminder to the public, after staff presentation and board discussion, we will hear your comment. And before we start the presentation, per our TRPA Rule of Procedure 2.15, may we please have disclosures from any board members who have had material ex parte communications regarding this project. That is the fuels project. I'm not seeing anyone raise their hands. I will disclose that I attended a public meeting that many of our TRPA staff were at where this project was mentioned. They were primarily focused on the rest of the development project, but the forest project was mentioned there, but it was part of a public meeting. So thank you.
In that case, I will disclose that I did have a Zoom meeting with the project proponent, and during the course of the discussion of the redevelopment project, we did touch on the forest improvement work.
Great, thank you. Okay, so.
And I will
back-
also disclose that I had a Zoom meeting that did discuss the redevelopment, but did also mention this project.
Thank you. Any others? Going once, going twice? Okay, great. Thank you very much. And now who am I turning it over to?
To
Kat.
me. Yep.
Oh, you switched seats on me.
I'm over here now.
Yeah, musical chairs.
Thank you, Madam Chair and governing board members. As I mentioned before, for the record, my name is Kat McIntyre. Tracy, will you hit me with the next slide? Thank you so much. So I'm going to keep this brief, high level. This isn't, and then I'm going to hand it over. So we just talked about this. What is forest health and why is it important for the Tahoe Basin? We know that forest health and forest management helps reduce wildfire risk, increases resilience to climate change, improves habitat, maintains just forest health of the trees that are on the landscape, and then ultimately is all connected to lake clarity and watershed quality. Next slide, please. And as I noted, again, this is the map. You can see that big kind of gray square in the middle. That's the project we're going to be hearing about today. That's the Homewood Mountain Resort area. This project is a key property on the West Shore. It's the largest private land ownership in the Tahoe Basin. And it's key in terms of its location for several reasons. One, in terms of forest health improvements, but also in terms of wildfire risk reduction. I showed you all those other projects that are actively happening on the Tahoe or on the West Shore, as well as the Lake Tahoe West project that'll be coming up. This is an enormous piece that will also add to that kind of matrix of work that will all be occurring on the West Shore. Next slide, please. I'll get to this in a minute. But okay, so what is this project? This project is going to be 252 acres of selected group timber harvest, and it includes 94 acres of hazardous tree removal around ski runs. You will see in the staff summary that I originally had it at like 340 acres, including 250 and 90 acres. It is actually just 252 acres, and that also includes 90 acres. So it's significantly smaller than the amount that I put in the staff summary. And with legal recommendation, we didn't do an errata for that. We felt that it was okay because it was a smaller acreage. And this is all for forest health. There's a significant amount, and you'll see this in the presentation coming up. There's a significant amount of beetle kill and fir die-off on the mountain and across the West Shore, actually. And I wanted to just note that this project has undergone environmental review and permitting. So in terms of what that includes, a timber harvest plan was prepared by the applicant and approved by CAL FIRE, which is the agency that approves all timber harvest plans. And for those that don't know what a timber harvest plan is, it is the equivalent of a CEQA document to do timber harvesting or timber management on forest on the California side. That timber harvest plan was reviewed and kind of amended as it went. It went through multiple iterations by the TRPA, Lahontan Water Quality Control Board, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I believe CDFW was also involved, Army Corps of Engineers. So multiple agencies have reviewed this document. An initial environmental checklist was prepared and reviewed and then approved by TRPA with a finding of no significant impact. And staff recommends that TRPA governing board approve the substantial tree removal permit and project that you'll hear before you today. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to our project proponents. We've got Jackie and we've got Sarah, and they will introduce themselves.
It's red, but everybody can hear me. Okay, thank you. This is Jackie Braver with Homewood Village Resorts. Really appreciate the opportunity to be before you all today. Sorry. That would make it a little bit easier too. And I'm really happy the cat slowed down just a little bit because I speak slower, a little bit slower. No, don't apologize at all. And I am here aside Sarah Tahoe Jones of Mason, Bruce, and Gerard, natural resource consultants. We appreciate this opportunity to present the Homewood Forest Fuels Reduction Project today. I'm accompanied by Sarah, as well as Glenn Flamick of Mason, Bruce, and Gerard, as well as other key members of the Homewood team who are joining today virtually. Next slide, please. Next slide, sorry. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. Not coming up on all screens, but there we go. Thank you. This photo was taken 2 weeks ago, slightly south of the north base of the Homewood Mountain Resort area. This view looks west up and over the face of the mountain. I outlined the Forest Fuels Reduction Project boundary in green. On the north side of the project boundary, the fuels reduction work will maintain a 150-foot clearance from the Madden Creek watershed. The southern boundary of the project begins surrounding the Homewood Mountain Resort Lot 3 home development, and then heads back up north to the west property edge, and then up and over the mountain going west. And at the top of this image, you're only seeing really the front face of the mountain, but it goes down and up and over to the western edge of the property boundary that meets up with the Forest Service land. Next slide. One can see this is the front face of the mountain, also looking up from the North Base Village area. The face is the ski run on the left, and Glory Hole is the ski run on the right. One can see by the red tops and brownish and gray, completely gray conifers and tree stand the effects of mortality here from several years of drought, beetle kill, and densification. Next slide, please. Here's a look at the north side of the mountain. Oh, sorry, excuse me. The image before shows approximately 40% death rate of the standing forest. We have portions on the mountain that are upwards of a 60% mortality rate. We are proposing to implement robust and imminent forest fuels reduction work on the mountain, and this challenge is not exclusive to Homewood's ownership, as we've heard before our presentation today. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, previous slide. We delineate here the operational boundary, previous slide there. Sorry, we're a little bit slow on the one that's in front of me. We delineate here the operational boundary of the forest management work we'd like to advance. This area outlined by a thick gray line represents 252 acres of targeted forest management. We also highlight in the project map here the exclusion area of the gondola alignment associated with the master plan. Homewood Mountain Resort covers almost 1,260 acres. This project represents approximately 30% of the total mountain area and will achieve 1 square mile of forest management and wildfire spread risk reduction to the West Shore community. Next slide, please. We'd like to clarify for the agency that, as well as the community, that the Homewood's request for a motion today regarding the Forest Fuels Reduction Project does not relate to, nor does it include any affiliation to the Homewood Master Plan or the new gondola permit to replace the Madden chairlift. At this time, on the next slide, please. At this time, I'd like to reintroduce Sarah Tuttle Jones of Mason Bruce and Gerard Natural Resource Consultants, who will provide details on the approach to forest management and silviculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie, and thank you, Board and Madam Chair, for hearing us today. I was mentally prepared for the podium, and as a forester for over a decade in and around Tahoe and in forestry for over 20 years, I never expected to sit at the table with you all. So this project is the first dedicated forest management entry on any part of Homewood Mountain in over 25 years. We are targeting roughly 250 acres for forest health revitalization and understory fuels reduction within the Northern Mountain Management Unit shown on the map earlier. Why the northern area for targeted forest health management? This area provides the most feasible and efficient approach to attain immediate forest health and safety within and around the Homewood communities from catastrophic wildfire. There is extensive northern mountain access without bridge crossings, impingements on Homewood Creek or Homewood Canyon, and no operations in, across, or near any watercourses are part of this initial project. We have existing road infrastructure and sound access to support robust fuels reduction and forest management activities. Furthermore, due to excessive growth cycles inherent to north-facing slopes, there is increased mortality in the stand of upwards to 50 and 60% in some pockets. To triage this hazardous condition, the silvicultural method and our approach is group selection harvesting of suppressed, diseased, and dying tree species in and throughout the stands. The group selection target density is a basal area of 100 square feet per acre and focuses primarily on the overcompetition of species such as white fir, some red true fir species at lower elevation, and then onto dead and dying pines. We will identify dominant, healthy, and vigorous candidates for retention, provide for succession of the best phenology, physiology, and growing conditions for species such as sugar pines, incense cedars, high elevation red firs, and ponderosa pines, and even a few lodgepole pines in there. Next slide, please. That's okay. Take a breath. The environmental protection is the intent of this project. This is an environmental improvement project. We have identified these primary benefits: wildfire spread and risk reduction through the cutting, processing, and removal of understory and competitive fuels, forest fuels. We will safeguard soil resources and maintain erosion protection in the highly productive West Shore environment. Watershed restoration will occur through improved site conditions and wildfire risk reduction. Our project will improve habitat for all species, targeted to improve and protect the most vulnerable, such as raptors and nesting birds. And porcupines. I have an affinity for porcupines. The primary objective for this project are public safety from the reduction of hazardous conditions in the wildland-urban interface and to uphold land stewardship for preservation into the future. Furthermore, no new roads will be constructed as part of this project. Water quality, biological resources, and community protection all remain priorities throughout the project and its lifespan. Currently, the road infrastructure on the north side is in good working order, and road maintenance will be a regular part of our operations to ensure protection from erosion and to protect water quality resources. No roads that were previously dedicated as decommissioned for water quality stewardship will be reopened or used. Forest byproducts, we will generate forest byproducts and wood products from this project and utilized as timber, sustainable forest products, and even potentially biomass cogeneration for electricity. There will be no net economical gain from the commercialization of forest byproducts from this project. This remains an environmental improvement investment, and any commercialization is only to help offset the high cost of this work. Finally, no piles. We will be utilizing current technology to remove the fuels from the area, and at this time have no intention of building forest fuel piles under the provisions of this project. Cutting, piling, and burning can have a beneficial effect in managed forest stands, but the initial entry for heavy understory fuel removal is essential to public safety first. Thank you.
Next slide. Next slide. Yes, thank you. By the TRPA and State of California Environmental Quality Act and the Forest Practice Act, we are required by law to implement and maintain best management practices and resource protection measures. This forest management plan includes required protections of scenic and biological resources, water quality, and traffic management during the physical on-site work. There are no anticipated scenic impacts with this forest fuels reduction project. There will be no timber operations in, along, or across any water courses within the project boundary. All water course and stream environment zones will be protected with flagging and buffer zones as well. Surveys for both plant and wildlife were conducted with this plan. A robust biological resource study accompanied the preparation of the permit submittal, including consultation with both California Department of Fish and Wildlife and U.S. Fish and Wildlife. There are no occurrences of sensitive or protected species within this project boundary. All protection measures and protection or exclusion areas will be clearly delineated with flagging and avoidance boundaries. All heavy equipment operations will not take place on public roads, and any hauling of biomass material or timber will occur during off-peak travel hours and not on holidays. Overall, this project aims to improve the forest ecosystem and resilience to both pests and wildfire behavior. Next slide, please. Projects such as this, both large scale and with significant positive impact, are layered in cooperation and partnership to navigate regulation and do things the right way. Forest health work takes years to advance, sometimes decades, as you alluded to earlier. As Homewood advances important environmental stewardship in the basin, partnerships with these agencies listed here will continue over the next decade or more. Next slide, please. Looking forward, with multiple agency support, our team would expect to begin forest management work later this summer, 2024. Our natural resource consultant and contractor resources forecast a 2-year timeline to complete the project. More environmental protection work is anticipated to further benefit the mountain, the broader community, and the health and clarity of Lake Tahoe. Next slide, please. This fuels reduction project is a critical public safety and forest health management and wildfire risk reduction commitment that is privately financed. This work will also improve the overall health of the West Shore's forests, 3 watersheds on the mountain, and hopefully help preserve ecosystems that benefit native flora and fauna. We again thank you for the opportunity to present the Homewood Forest Fuels Reduction Project today. Based on the purview of the governing board, we are requesting a recommendation of approval for this project to advance our investment in the improved health of the forest and in further risk reduction of catastrophic wildfire spread. This concludes our presentation. We now turn it back over to Kat. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And really quickly, I'd like to invite Bruce Barr, who has been part of this project pretty much since the THP was under creation, to make a few comments, please. Thank you.
Yes, again, for the record, I'm Bruce Barr, the forester here at TRPA. I would just like to comment that I think this project is essential. It's critical and extremely important. I was involved with the process from the THP. I was participated with the review team for CAL FIRE. I participated in the pre-harvest inspection with multiple agencies. They were grilled pretty good on this. As we were going through the process, we were able to match up the THP language with our code of ordinance, and that is all attached. That cap number, the tree 2024-1582, I believe it is. All of the THP documents are attached to that, as well as the EI checklist and the 5G findings, and the permit will eventually be there if approved. I would just like to say that I think it's a credit to Homewood to be taking on this project. It's going to be extremely expensive, and it also will help us to showcase some new technologies for our steeper slopes. They're going to do skyline yarding, which is a newer technology. It's going to have probably less impact than a helicopter side would, with much less cost. So I really encourage the board to approve this. Thank you.
Bill, before you leave, I think Ms. Aldine has a question.
Hi, Bill. So I guess my question is, I mean, it's, this is a mammoth undertaking, and I too congratulate Homewood for spending the energy, the time, money, and energy to do this. Two questions. One, 2 permits will be issued, as I understand it. One has already been issued by California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, and then another by TRPA. Who has primary oversight?
We do.
You have primary oversight. Okay. And the other question is, even though this is a 252 acre site, I mean, we took a look at the picture. There are lots of dead trees, surrounding the area that's going to be treated. From a practical standpoint, especially with beetle infestation, how do you keep those beetles from infesting the remainder of the forest after the tree stand improvement work has been done?
You thin the stand and improve the overall health and resilience of that stand.
That's all you do. There's no other treatment.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, maintenance, general maintenance of it.
Yeah.
It's never going to be a one and done.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll be
No, I
back.
understand.
It's been 25 years since they were in there, and they'll thin it out. We'll get some more vigorous trees, but it'll be a continuous. We can't just consider these forests that we're going to have one project and then that's
Right.
going to be good. There's still 700 acres on that mountain to be treated over time, so there'll probably be future projects moving over the course of time. But yeah.
And there are no known biological controls for beetles, tree beetles. Cold weather.
We could take away a few drought years, but no, essentially keeping the stand in a condition that it's resilient. And by that, I mean, you have, fewer straws in the glass, if you will, that you get these overstock stands of fir trees, they're already stressed. And then we get our cyclic droughts of 2-3 years or more that further stresses them, and then the beetles show up. The beetles are endemic. I mean, they're here, they're always here. But when you have that kind of a overstock stand and that much stress on them, the beetles don't have to work very hard, and the trees just can't defend themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Any other
Thank you.
questions?
Board members, any other questions? Kat, were you done with your part of the presentation? So we'll just go to questions. Yes, thank you.
I just wanted to make a comment that I highly recommend you keep those drone images and try to take them in the same locations, because I think you have a really good example of a control site and an impact site where you can look at, right, what we're looking at right now is the no action alternative, right? For 25 years, no action has been taken. And so you see the impact of climate change. So it's that there is action. We just have done nothing about it for 25 years, right? The action has been unfettered climate change, a lack of global emissions control. And this is what happens in an area that we love. And so I think as you show treatment over time, to be able to compare those areas that have not been treated with those that have been treated will be a really good visual reminder of why it's important to take action, especially in developed areas where we can't really allow wildfires or allow fires to burn. So the more imagery you can provide, I think the better from an educational perspective for everyone understanding that no action is really just allowing climate change to continue without us doing anything.
Other comments, questions, board members? Yes, Mr. Rice.
Is there any possible way that they can help finance this by the sale of the timber that they're taking out?
Certainly, and that's why the THP was written. California forest practice rules say that if you sell a log off your property, you must have timber harvest plan or an exemption from them. So that's the legal documentation that is allowing them to sell the usable timber and the biomass. So they are commercializing part of it, but it's nowhere near gonna
I understand.
cover the cost.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, please.
Thank you. There may be a possible offset of the cost by 25 to 50%. That's the sort of low end forecast. A good forecast would be 50% of the cost if we can cover that through the sale of timber. But much of the stand that we are looking at currently is submerchantable because of the conditions. But we'll do our best.
Thank you for that clarification. Other board member comments or questions? Great, thank you. And now we'll go to the public on this item. If there's anyone in the public here in the room, I would ask that you come to the podium at this point. And those of you online, please raise your hand and we will call on you when we're done with those in the room. Anyone in the public who would like to address this item? Here in the room, I don't see any, so we'll go online. I do see one hand.
Yes, Madam Chair. Doug Flaherty, if you unmute, you can make your comment.
Yeah, Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. Well, it's certainly clear by the photos that the diseased or dying or dead trees definitely need to be removed. We're not prepared to endorse the project because it's short on whether or not how many healthy trees are going to be logged, even though you've got diameters. What's happened in the Tahoe Basin, and it's not discussed. So the U.S. Forest Service and your partners go in and open up the canopies with logging and causes an explosion of, we'll just call it manzanita at this point. In Incline Village, we have thinning projects that have allowed manzanita to grow up over 7 feet, covering the Forest Service signs. Nobody's doing anything about it. That's creation of a fire hazard. So I'm relieved to hear that there's going to be no piles. There for a moment, I thought we'd have to get out our $50,000 EBAM air monitoring machine, which we purchased for the Lake Tahoe West project, which we will deploy at that time. But really, really happy that you've chosen mastication and removal, but greatly concerned about the explosion of manzanita and that type of brush, which is I forget the exact percentage, but it really exceeds any measurement of flash fuel from branches that hang down from trees. So anyway, kudos for not doing the slash piles, and I hope you won't be creating any open canopies that allow fast growth of manzanita or other types of flash fuels. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. Are there any other members of the public online?
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised online.
Okay, I'll close the public comment period. Are there any comments that the staff would like to respond to? I didn't hear any questions really, so thank you. And then I'll look for any further comments from the board. Not seeing any. I just too would like to commend the applicant. I was out kayaking last weekend and saw the entire West Shore is devastated with beetle, worse than I've ever seen. And so I'm so thankful that we're making headway on that. And I look forward to Lake Tahoe West coming back and working on the Forest Service lands in that area as well, because it's amazing to see the dead and dying trees. With that, can we put up the motions?
And Madam Chair, may I just make one more clarification here? This is Graham St. Michel. Instead of referencing attachment B, because that permit there has the old number, just we can say that it will be updated to reflect a total treatment area of 252 acres. So I think if I state that, that'll probably work, but if you, when you're making the motion, just refer to the updated draft permit. Thanks.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move to approve the required findings, including a finding of no significant effect for approval of the Homewood Hazardous Fuels Reduction Project, subject to the conditions contained in the updated draft permit, which amends the total acreage to 252 acres.
Thank you, Shelley. And with that, Maria, will you call for the vote?
Miss Aldine,
Yes.
Mr. Bass, we can see you online if you can unmute.
Mr. Bass, Mayor Bass, are you online?
I am here. I'm sorry. I keep having some of these difficulties, but can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm sorry about that. I don't know why but yes.
Mr. Aguilar,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Mr. Henigman, Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson, Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, that motion passes.
Thank you, Maria. And then we have a second motion.
Madam Chair, I further move to approve the proposed Homewood Hazardous Fuels Reduction Project, subject to the conditions contained in the updated draft permit.
Thank you, Maria.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Mr. Aguilar,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Henigman, Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson, Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. And again, thanks to the applicant for your hard work on this and our staff. I appreciate everybody's hard work and see this project come forward for the safety of our communities. With that, we'll go to item 7C on our agenda, fiscal year 24-25 annual work plan. And I guess I will turn this over to Ms. Reagan.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Julie Reagan, Executive Director here at TRPA. I know it's been a very big day, and when you might hear the word work plan, your eyes might glaze over and you might get that sleepy feeling after lunch, but we're going to make this exciting because this is your agency. And we're going to talk a little bit about quick look back and then a look forward. And then we're going to talk about the budget. Those of you on the Operations and Governance Committee already heard a deep dive in the budget. Chad will follow in the next item with a much higher level summary for your consideration. Then we'll move into reports, wrap up the meeting. We still have a regional planning committee meeting after the conclusion of the main agenda. So we won't dilly dally. We're going to get to it, but I did have to start with that beautiful picture at Fallen Leaf, Stanford Sierra Camp at our strategic planning session. Those of you that were able to attend, it was an incredible day, a great area, and what you will be hearing about in the work plan summary reflected a lot of great discussion and collaboration between our staff and the board and the public. And so the next slide is what you already know, but I thought it would be important to ground this discussion of what we're doing, the activities of the agency, the budget of the agency, and how it rolls up into our overall mission and the compact, of which is coming up on a very big anniversary in December. It'll be 55 years since the original passage of the Lake Tahoe Planning Compact. So that's a big milestone, and inherent in that mission is the very conflict and tension that you heard about today. Lake Tahoe is not a national park. There were those, even like John Muir in the 1800s, that wanted Lake Tahoe to be a national park. There was too much development even at the turn of the century in the 1900s, and too much of a disturbed watershed after the Comstock logging era to become a national park. And so if you think about that inherent conflict, fast forward here into 2024, there are those who say we have too much development, and there are those that say we're making development too hard. You heard it today. And so this mission is so critical to what is stated in the compact, to harmonize the various environmental standards that we call thresholds in the regional plan that we all hew to in this basin partnership, to harmonize nature and people and the built environment. And it's a really tough challenge. We are not in a no building situation. We don't have a moratorium. We went through that in the 80s. That was a court issued moratorium. We allow very slow growth and development, and that's consistent with meeting our standards. And we implement that through a code of ordinances and the rules that we've gotten. So it's inherently, we're here to serve the lake and the community, and we are intertwined. There used to be a day when it was either you're for the lake or you're for the economy. Those days are gone. They are connected, and we know when all of those elements are doing well, the lake is thriving, and that's our goal. So let's talk about our team and how we implement this incredibly challenging mission. You heard last year I spent more time last year going through the organizational look back that I did when I got the nod from you to have this position as executive director. We added positions in last year's budget. This year we're staying whole, and we are fully staffed. I'm really proud of the fact that our agency right now is fully staffed when a lot of organizations have large vacancies. And that is a testament to the people here. It's the culture. Study after study shows that it's really your purpose, the mission driven, your colleagues and your work environment that keeps you in a place. And we all love Lake Tahoe, and we share that in common here at the agency. So I'm super proud of our staff, 75 employees. We have 9 seasonal positions, 4 of which are our watercraft educators, the boat crew. Those of you who haven't gone out on the TRPA boat yet, please call me. Let's schedule a tour so that we can get out on the water and talk about the work that they do, which is fascinating. Everything from counting bald eagles to doing water quality samples or pulling illegal buoys. It's an incredible crew. And then the other departments that you see around the right-hand side of the screen, you've touched all of that in the work that you did today: permitting and compliance and enforcement, research and analysis, all the data, our transportation planning team, environmental improvement, which also includes our transportation implementing team, and communications, regional planning, long range, all the area plan work, and then all of our support teams, finance, legal, and human resources. And one of the goals of our human resources in the work plan this year is to have a leadership academy so that we continue to stay fully staffed and we develop and retain our incredible talented team. So we're working on a leadership academy to move forward into the next year's work plan. I want to say when we get into a discussion of the actual work and activities, we are bounded by a budget, and what I'm bringing to you is what I feel like that we can afford. Our budgets have been flat from the states over the years, and so we've done a lot of belt tightening, but I believe that we can deliver on this work plan based on this level of employee activity. The next slide, the strategic priorities. We boiled them down last year from 5 or 6 down to these 3 categories. So we have our mission, we have the compact directives of the environmental standards, which we must harmonize, but you prioritize through your resources and your budgets and your focus. And if everything's important, nothing's important. So we have really tried to boil down 3 of those very large categorical areas that we've heard from you in our strategic planning that are important. Making Tahoe's housing more affordable and equitable. That's the Tahoe living. We heard a great deal about that today. Keeping Tahoe Moving is that look at our transportation network. We had a very robust transportation committee meeting this morning. And it's also incorporating things like sustainable recreation and embracing destination stewardship in the Tahoe Basin in a tourism-driven economy that we are. And thirdly, the restoration and resilience category, which is our EIP. And I'm going to get to a look forward at next month's governing board meeting. We have some field tours planned for you in this strategic priority area. So you can look forward to that. I will take the next slide. So having our look back when I started going through it in our team, I want to really give a big thanks to the executive team, to John Hester and Kim Carringer in particular, who we've been working for months with our staff, our operational managers, right down to every employee in the building to boil down what stood out from last year and what we want to accomplish this year. And it's quite incredible. 25 board actions, many of which were just today. And you've told me your informational presentations team are interesting, but we want action. So I wanted to summarize some of those 25 actions, several of which you just took, starting with the phase 2 housing amendments back in December. We did that clarification today. The solar project, the largest solar project in the history of the Tahoe Basin. You took action on that just this year. 3 new environmental threshold standards in the areas of invasive species, the Tahoe yellowcrest and endemic species, as well as protecting wetlands, our stream environment zones, the active transportation plan, not to mention our transportation equity study, the public participation plan within the transportation space, the Chimney Beach parking lot, the 28 corridor. I must get in a quick spoiler alert from my next quick summary of executive director report. The big news that you probably all heard from various sources in the email sent around yesterday, the Tahoe Transportation District achieved almost $25 million, $24 million federal raise grant, federal support there. And so a huge congratulations to TTD, to our illustrious chair, Alexis Hill, with your leadership, and Carl Hasty and the whole team. We've made a lot of big asks of the federal government in recent years. A raise grant on the last cycle was declined. We rallied together. Our congressional delegation got us to sit down with the USDOT to say, how could you improve the competitiveness of the application? And it was a success. So more to come and lots of great announcements there. But the 28 corridor is a vision. It's a $150 million vision to connect Sand Harbor and the incredible trail from Incline to Sand Harbor all the way to the top of Spooner, with parking lots and shuttles and all kinds of investment in infrastructure. But you took action on one of those parking lots with the Forest Service last year as well. And this is certainly not all inclusive, but just some of the big highlights. There were area plan amendments. There were permit processing improvements. A whole suite of applications were revised to be more efficient, to capture more revenue from the permitting so that we move closer to cost recovery in our permitting, along with many other actions over the course of the year. And so just a couple of quick summaries on the Tahoe Living. Next slide. We heard a lot about the next phase. We're calling that cultivating communities and conserving the basin. And so we went bold with those December phase 2 actions, but phase 3 is going to take it to the next level. And there's a very robust environmental review that will be kicking off. And the team is geared up and ready to go to improve that working group and get more participation in that, as well as looking at all sorts of challenges, related to permit process improvements that we can make. I'll take the next slide, keeping Tahoe moving. Won't get into this because we've been covering so much in the way of transportation, but I will say the raise grant raises the stakes on the work in this initiative. And you heard in that discussion of the work plan and the performance that we still have a lot of policy engagement to do around vehicle miles traveled, around all of the elements around transit and funding transit and making sure we have ample funding, because we are historically underfunded in this space. And so it will take that entire partnership working together. And then the restoration and resilience, bucket, you heard about that Protect grant. And I do want to connect the dots back to the public comment that we heard earlier, as well as the last Nevada Legislative Oversight Committee that we had right here in this room just a few weeks ago, looking at who's truly, who has the authority to do things like evacuations. And we were able to work through a series of experts at the dais explaining that, TRPA doesn't have the authority to call evacuations in an incident. That is, the governor, law enforcement, and unified command in a fire. But we can assist with getting more funding. And we were able to win that $1.7 million grant that will support some of that work and to improve communication. But just look at some of the projects that are coming your way in this category of restoration and resilience and the Environmental Improvement Program, or EIP as we call it. You've got Meeks Bay coming to you in August, the restoration, and some of you were able to join us for a field tour of that just a few weeks ago. We've got corridors, the 28 we talked about. We've got the whole 89 corridor that Member Lane is passionately engaged on from her jurisdiction and trying to convene more accelerating the pace and scale of implementing that corridor plan. You heard about Lake Tahoe West Forest Health. We're doing year 3 of the Tahoe Keys weeds control test with our partners, and there will be an enormous amount of data and monitoring to synthesize the efficacy of various control methods of weeds in the Keys. And we also have collaborating with our Sand Harbor partners and the Nevada State Parks on revising their master plan. They're going to a reservation pilot system this summer, so we'll be bringing you updates on that. And of course, the acquisition of the Motel 6 adjacent property here on the South Shore. The Tahoe Conservancy just had an incredible field tour of that last week. And TRPA's role is so linked with retiring development in sensitive lands. That is the whole philosophy of the regional plan. And we, of course, supported that with mitigation dollars from the private sector as projects have been going on over the years. We were able, through your actions, to parlay those dollars to support that acquisition of more than 20 acres in a very sensitive watershed. Another big item coming that's in the work plan is a threshold evaluation. You always hear comments from the public about what's going on, what does the cumulative analysis look like? Well, we're going to be diving into that, and we're going to be engaging the community as part of that. We've tapped the Tahoe Interagency Executive Steering Committee, which are the heads of the agencies that implement the Environmental Improvement Program and all the various working groups. We've tapped them to support this initiative, and then we'll be rolling this out as we look at policy going forward, based on those indicators and standards and where we are on well over 100 indicators in these 10 categories. It's not just the SECI disc. That's one of hundreds of indicators that we track, all the way from vegetation, which we heard about with Forest Health, to our newest standard in the way of transportation and sustainable communities. So we'll be bringing that to you in the fall, and it will be the 8th such evaluation that the agency has done since our 1987 regional plan. And there were some big shifts in the agency's history. That's how we came up with the Environmental Improvement Program in the late 90s. The threshold evaluation of 91 and 1996 said, guess what? We're not going to achieve these standards with just a regulatory framework. We actually have to do capital investment, and that was the birth of the EIP. So we'll be looking to you as the policy leads of how can we parlay the data that we get from the threshold evaluation into actual changes in policy moving forward. And then at the retreat, the next slide bullets some emerging issues. And one of them is enforcement and compliance. And we spoke a little bit about that today. We attack enforcement in so many ways across the agency, but what we have committed to do based on what we heard at the strategic planning session is to do a continuous improvement project with our team to look at everything from traditional compliance of, a job site and construction that we typically do when we monitor permits, all the way to larger permits and how those monitoring conditions get evaluated over time. So we have an interagency team actually that Kim and John Hester are working on together, and we will be bringing you back updates on that. There are many other emerging issues in the way of public engagement in terms of our permit innovation and the streamlining that we've talked about before, as well as other issues that we think could be handled a number of ways. One of them even touches again on enforcement, and that is reconvening the local government committee to boil down of the 32 emerging issues that we tracked at the strategic planning session. How could they be handled through local government MOUs? We aren't adding staff in this budget, so we're working within the resources that we've got, but we know some of these issues are important. And we think our local government partners might be better suited or have better authorities to implement some of those areas. And then we also have some really large projects coming down the way. We heard about the Homewood Fuels Reduction Plan, but we also have the master plan coming. We have the Calneva. We have the Boatworks project on the North Shore, as well as other projects coming down the pipeline. And we continually want to work with the public more effectively. I'm really proud of our communications team. We've done a series of webinars. Hundreds and hundreds of members of the public have participated in them to get more informed. We had a series of community conversations, and we will continue to go out into the community versus expecting people to come to a meeting in the middle of the day. And Housing's Phase 3 work will especially get into underserved community, underserved and underrepresented communities. And then I'm also very proud to announce just this week, the funding all came together to support the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California to have a dedicated tribal liaison with Lake Tahoe. We have so many committees and so many working groups. They do not have the capacity. So the California Tahoe Conservancy, the various community foundations, TRPA, many partners, the Tahoe Fund, all chipped in, and we are going to support a 3-year commitment for that position. And we will be working with that, not just to go beyond, you know, the traditional check the box consultation with a tribe to true engagement. And the field tour that we did at Meeks Bay, I think, is a great example of how we've gone beyond simple consultation to actually truly meaningfully engaging with the tribe and helping support their goals for restoration, economic development, and other issues that they have. I think that is my last slide. I will take the last question slide. And before we get into the budget, I would invite any questions on the work plan that you might have.
Thank you so much, Julie. Board members, questions?
Mine's not a
Secretary?
question, it's just more of a comment. I think it's appropriate to recognize that Senator Rosen and Senator Cortez Mastos were really the driving force behind the grant that we received. So I think it's appropriate to recognize them for their work.
Absolutely. Hear, hear.
Yes, Ms. Aldine.
Julie, are you looking for some possible amendments to the work plan at this point?
Absolutely.
Okay. So under emerging issues, and I was probably asleep at the switch at the at the recent board retreat. I would like to, and I worked with John Hester. Actually, John Hester provided me with a language, but we tossed around some ideas about how we could incorporate. Not that you need more, work assignments, but we have, and I understand we're operating under budgetary constraints, but we have projects that are in the pipeline that need to be completed if possible. And so this would be on page 418 of our packet under emerging issues. It would be the 5th bullet down. I'd like to amend the language to read additions to existing strategic priorities and core activities. These include 10 items such as increasing pace of fire and fuels reduction and use of monitoring, remote sensing, a limited review of the shoreline code for possible amendment, and permitting process improvements. Because there is at least one project, there may be more that have been in the pipeline for quite some time that would require an amendment, but they would also yield some substantially important environmental benefits. So I just want to make sure we have enough bandwidth to address that. And then the last bullet would read additional resources are needed to address historic resources review and comprehensive shoreline code amendments. So the amendment, the first amendment is kind of a limited review of pipeline projects. And then on a more on a grander scale, we would perhaps, pending the needed resources, look at a more comprehensive code review. And then I just had a question on, and I will be getting to this at the regional planning committee meeting, but under outputs on page 432, where it says area plan area statement and community plan amendments, second bullet down, I just, you know, and I just think it's a little too project specific. So what I'd like to suggest is instead of adopt area plan amendments to support the development of a regional hospital facility at the former Lakeside Casino site in State Line, Nevada, that we amend that to read, adopt area plan amendments to support the development of a healthcare sub-district within the Douglas County South Shore area plan.
Thank you. Those friendly amendments are welcome and accepted. Thank you. And I will add to the shoreline work element. We also will be reconvening that shoreline steering committee, which was so effective in working through all the various issues over the number of years to bring an updated shoreline plan to you 5 years back. So we'll be getting that group together to address some of those issues, and we'll make those other changes. And I did want to clarify one point related to enforcement. We were just talking about that earlier. There are no new positions in this budget. We've already added one new compliance officer in this current fiscal year. So we're going to continue that. So since I took over, we went from 2 to 3, in addition to Steve Sweet, who oversees that, plus the 2 attorneys, which are critical to our enforcement capacity.
Thank you, Ms. Aldine, and those comments. And Julie, any other board comments or suggestions on the work plan?
Yeah, hi,
Okay,
Madam
then.
Chair. I just brings up a quick question around the Shore Zone Committee getting reconvened, and I'm just curious on, will that be the same members that we had 5 years ago, or are we going to be talking about kind of a new membership on that?
Mayor Bass, this is Julie Reagan. Our intention was to maintain the existing membership. It was designed to go into the future. We built it that way so that it could continue on, knowing that we'd be doing continuous improvement through the process. So not planning to change it unless certainly if you have other ideas, happy to chat with you offline about that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Any other comments? Otherwise, we'll open it up for public comment at this point. Any member of the public who'd like to address this item, please come to the podium if you're here in the room. And those of you online, please raise your hand.
I'm Greg Lean, attorney from Tahoe City. I put in a comment earlier, but based upon my discussions with staff and with Shelley, I understand that there is nothing that would prejudice or prevent ongoing processing of pipeline amendments in your adoption of this item today. And with that reassurance, I really have nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lean. Good afternoon, Ellie.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. With the mention of the parking lot at US 50 and 28, I think the proposal's 250 parking spaces. May I suggest when that is completed that you permanently remove and block 250 parking spaces on Highway 28? Why not? I drive it often. Motel 6. I know that there's a recent Tahoe fund, fundraising activity for demolition activities. And I'm hoping to get an update in the future how that is going. Thank you.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
for the record, may I just say with the board will recall when you approved the Chimney Beach lot across from Thunderbird, the permit condition was to remove the roadside parking. So that is in the works for that one, and we will continue to have that philosophy going forward.
Absolutely. Okay, we'll go to those online.
Madam Chair, there are 3 hands up online. The first hand up was Doug Flaherty. Doug, please unmute to make your comment.
Thank you, Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. I'd like to add 5 action items to the work plan. Number 1, the TRPA and its U.S. Forest Service partner have failed to monitor and abate up to 750,000 hazard slash piles within the Tahoe Basin. Additionally, the TRPA has negligently failed to enforce its own code of ordinance requirements regarding slash pile abatement. This requires immediate attention. Therefore, I request that the TRPA and the U.S. Forest Service provide, as part of a work plan, a comprehensive, transparent report to the public detailing past TRPA and U.S. Forest Service slash pile monitoring over the last 10 years, including the current locations, numbers, and original creation date of these slash piles. The report should lay out a comprehensive plan to cease the creation of new slash piles until the current public safety hazard slash piles are abated. Number 2, I request, in the interest of public safety, TRPA determine a cumulative hazard pile threshold in the Lake Tahoe Basin. Number 3, I request the TRPA develop evacuation and human density thresholds of significance based on data-driven roadway evacuation capacity analysis, and that future development projects and code changes are approved only after substantial data-driven evidence determines via an EIS/EIR that compliance is achieved within TRPA evacuation thresholds. Number 4, I request the TRPA immediately publicly object to the U.S. Forest Service practice of wildfire use, i.e. purposely growing wildfires, and declare that such use is an immediate threat to all living things, including water clarity within the Lake Tahoe Basin, and restructure the MOU between the TRPA and the U.S. Forest Service to agree to this change, including modification of the LTBMU Forest Plan. Number 5, I request the TRPA publicly encourage creation and fund out of the EIP something similar to a Lake Tahoe Basin Joint Powers Authority Wildfire Air Attack Group. This to build on the Tahoe Douglas County Fire Protection District efforts through Chief Lindgren's original concept in order to secure funding to purchase, maintain, and operate at minimum at least 2 multi-use helicopters with night flight capability, as well as ongoing funding for the required crew. This needs to be immediate. There's no reason why you can't fund it. Your burn projects send millions of dollars up in smoke. How about let's sending a couple of helicopters up with that money and making a difference. And so keep Tahoe moving during wildfire evacuation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. Next.
Next hand up was Ann Nichols. Ann, please unmute to make your comment.
Yeah, Ann Nichols, sorry about this. North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. I just wanted to add some other things to give you a heads up. Now there's an Airbnb for boats on the lake. There's 77 listings. It's called Boat Setters. Let's get ahead of this. Failed to do that on the STR. So this is a concern. There's helicopter flights over the lake. I mean, it's a monetization and a free-for-all. So the things I'd really like to see you guys do is fix bad existing policy, like that 2-step program. I know I disagree with Shelley on this, but it made all these, the reason nothing's been done is it all became luxury condos. And then create a maximum development size for single family homes. We've got the Zuckerberg mansions. We've got big money here and it's getting out of control. And then we never thought about what was going to happen when the IPE scores went to 0, like they are in incline. Now they can build on lots that are absolutely vertical. There should be a solution to that. And then let's agree on numbers. You know, the VMTs, the traffic, let's use the data of the surrounding area, which you don't include now, like Reno and Carson City with thousands of units, the population's doubling. Also on the fire thing, let's make sure you guys make everyone have consistent communication for the basin. Figure out capacity, you know, and then also, you know, the pipeline projects, 15-year projects that haven't been built, like Waldorf Astoria, that just keep languishing, and really take a stance on, you know, how long are you going to let this go on? The Tahoe Inn that the Homewood project has with plastic and mold on the outside. Let's get enforcement on that. You know, sometimes we call Shelley when we can't get response on stuff, and we shouldn't have to do that. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Next.
Next hand up was Gavin Feiger. Gavin, please unmute to make your comment.
Thank you and good afternoon. Good afternoon, board and staff. Yeah, you guys have a lot going on, a big staff. You're doing so many things really well, which we appreciate. Me and Jesse and Darcy and our whole team have been making public comments and talking to board members and talking directly with staff about a handful of things over the last couple of years that we're really hoping to see some changes on. And the two main categories are thresholds and compliance. Happy to see compliance first, happy to see it in the emerging issues. But with all the emerging issues, and they are emerging, so fair enough on one level, but just saying that you're going to create working groups to work on work plans isn't really a path forward exactly. So our concern has been and remains is how is compliance going to be addressed? Been a stated priority for years. We've been bringing it up, others have been bringing it up for years. What's going to be different over the next year? And that's what we didn't see in our review of this work plan. The other piece is thresholds. So, peppered throughout the work plan, the focus is really on accelerating threshold attainment, which obviously a great goal. But it really should be under an emerging issue, because what we've continuously brought up over the last couple of years is that how are you ever going to achieve and maintain thresholds, even updated ones, if they're not used in prioritization and in planning? And Julie listed all the great achievements over the last year. A lot of those approvals and actions definitely made a difference, positive or maybe negative, towards threshold attainment, but we don't know. And the threshold evaluation reports aren't even real reports anymore. It's just like a big website update, which has its value, but it's just not all integrated. So you're not taking thresholds, seeing where we're doing well, where we're not doing as well, converting and then transferring that over into the planning process. It could be as simple as just saying, hey, here's this project, and every staff report talks about how it's going to affect thresholds. And that's what we were talking about over the last couple of years, is how we'd like to see thresholds used. And again, it's really difficult to achieve or maintain a threshold without it being integrated into the planning process. So that's where we were hoping to see thresholds in more of an emerging issue. Yeah, so those are two things we'll continue to bring up and continue to work closely with TRPA and with other stakeholders on, but really want to see a path forward with a little bit of detail on increasing compliance and enforcement. And then thresholds integrated more into planning. Again, like coming up with all plans should integrate thresholds and indicate how progress is going to be made on the relevant thresholds. So thanks for the time on that.
Thank you, Gavin. Appreciate those comments. Next.
The last hand raise is Pamela Sigdenis. Pamela, if you unmute, you can make your comment.
Yes, thank you. Pamela Sigdenis, North Lake Tahoe. To address a comment that the executive director raised about the legislative meetings and lots of the discussion around concerns with congestion and wildfire. I just want to really underscore that TRPA is 100% responsible for land use in the Tahoe Basin. And when more tourism amenities, more trails, more parking lots are built, that complicates the evacuation question. So we cannot separate these two and say TRPA has no responsibility for evacuation when it's complicating the evacuation requirements and needs. I would really strongly ask for your work plan to remove parking lots from the basin. If you put them in Carson and in Reno and outside the basin and figure out how to move people in, you'll have a better handle on how many bodies are in the basin. There was a lot of discussion around fires and fuel management, and I applaud the firefighters and all the individuals who've been doing a lot to clear the land. But we have to really understand that defensible space only addresses the 55,000 people who live here. There are 15 to 20 million people who visit. 15 to 20 million people probably cannot tell you what state they're in, let alone what county they're in. I would urge you in your work plan with your grants to buy and put in place signs, electronic signs that announce to people, you are entering a wildfire risk zone. Your county is Washoe County. Your county is Placer County. So as people are driving around the lake, they know what is the appropriate software or number in order to sign up for alerts for wildfires. These are very simple matters. Buying electronic signs with the grant money could help you in most of your education. It's the 15 to 20 million people that keep us awake at night because they do not understand what are the evacuation routes, where are they supposed to be zooming in when it comes to getting information about the status. Wildfires are popping up all over the West right now. We need to prioritize this in your work plan. You're the land use agency of record. Please take responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment.
Thank you. Then we'll close the public comment on this item, and I would look for staff if you want to respond to anything. Otherwise, I'd look for our motions to be put on the board. Motion.
Madam Chair, thank you. I will just quickly just say thank you to the members of the public that commented. And the last public commenter hits exactly the right point with the point of the Protect Grant and improving communication systems and streamlining communication between the various jurisdictions is part of that scope of work. We just had an internal meeting. That is a multi-year grant that will take some time, but also at the Nevada Legislative Oversight Committee, there were representatives from emergency services, local fire protection agencies, and they were rolling out their basin-wide evacuation plan, which we will socialize to our communities as soon as it's ready to go out, I think later this month, where there will be some big improvements in communication around evacuation. And we certainly recognize our connection to all of that with land use planning. So appreciate the chance to bring the work plan back to you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. And I might just echo that, Julie, with last night, we had a town hall meeting on evacuation and our sheriff is working closely with all the other jurisdictions with the Tahoe Alerts platform that everyone can sign up for, plug in their address, and also we'll have a QR code for any visitors in any hotels and short-term rentals. So that's all available, and they've already implemented that part of the project. So that's throughout the basin. So we're making progress while we're waiting for the Protect Grant to be implemented.
Madam Chair, could I just actually one comment on, and maybe this isn't the right place, but would it be the right place to put in the work plan just to explore further mitigation through sustainable design and building standards? I mentioned earlier in the meeting, kind of one area that can be explored, but I'm sure there's many others. And I just wonder if in the work plan moving forward, that could be something that we add.
We will certainly look at that as it comes up in different things that we've already, sorry, this is John Hester, things that we put in already. We would like to, like Julie said, first probably talk with the local government committee about, we were talking about at the retreat, one of the important things is that the enforcement work hand in hand. Well, putting in those kinds of building standards and issuing building permits, reviewing building permits. It's the kind of thing we would like to talk with the local government folks about. And are we the best ones to do that, or are they? Or how could we do different parts of that? So we'll certainly look at all those kinds of issues when we get the local government committee together. And again, it's reiterate what Julie said. We definitely have to work hand in glove with our local government partners on enforcement. And we do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve the work plan. Subject to the changes on the record?
Yes. From the board. Yes.
Thank you. Maria, will you call the vote?
Ms. Alding,
Yes.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Mr. Aguilar,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Mr. Rice? Mr. Henigman? Mr. Settlemeyer?
Yes.
Ms. Lane?
Yes.
Ms. Williamson? Ms. Loomer?
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. So now we'll move on to item 7D on our agenda, fiscal year 24-25 annual operating budget. This item can be found on page 457 of our packets. And after we're done with the presentation and questions from the board, we'll go to public comment on it. So Chad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chad Cox, TRPA CFO for the record. So we just spent a lot of time talking about the work plan. So what we wanted to do is connect that work plan back to the figures. So what I will do quickly is walk through a high level view of the budget. We'll spend a few minutes looking at revenue and then expense. We'll dig a little bit into contracts because that's a big portion of the budget. And then I will share with you what we're requesting for approval. So moving to the next slide, the overall budget for fiscal year 25 is $29.4 million. This is made up of our 3 general funds as well as special funds that you can see on the slide. In general, there's an increase in budget this fiscal year versus last fiscal year, up $2 million, driven by the state's contributions. There's a minimal update, an uptick there. There's increases from the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act and infrastructure grants. And then also there's increase in fee revenue. This is to support our cost recovery goals in our permitting department. The only fund here that doesn't cover is planning, and we know that. We've been working process improvements in order to help eat into that gap. The area that is the shortfall is the administration and overhead that we apply to each of the departments, and that's really what's driving the gap in our planning fund. So bottom line here is the budget is balanced with the exception of the use of bond proceeds to finish up the retaining wall project that we've started this year. We've got roughly 25% of that covered in fiscal year 24. That'll carry over to fiscal 25. So the budget's balanced at the bottom line as we finalize that project and using those bond funds. Are there any questions on the total budget? Okay. Jump into the next slide. Real quick, looking at the revenues by source. Half of the revenues will come from grants. We've got about 18% of the 18% of the income is covered by the states. Planning fees is 16%. And then our other income is driven by both local support, rental income, and investment interest income. Next slide. We talked a bit about the revenue increases already here year over year. And this just kind of gives the details by fund. Overall, like I said, states are up slightly, supporting the general fund going up. Grants in total are up $850,000 year over year budget. And the other income is driven by consistent local contributions. We have rents committed from our tenants, and then we are seeing better interest rates on our investments. Next slide. Moving over and switching to expenditures, our cost structure is similar. As Julie mentioned, we have the same amount of staff in this budget versus last. Compensation is up year on year because of a planned salary increase. We have increased the benefits for the staff members for retirement from 13.5% to 15%. And then we are going to be fully staffed for the full year is the plan. We are ramping up in last year's budget. Financing costs are similar year over year, and that other cost bucket, which is 4%, includes IT and infrastructure, training, communications, utilities, and property tax. So moving to the next slide. Overall expenses up $2 million year on year, which is mainly driven, like I said, by compensation, and then the other piece is net contracts. So are there any questions on the overall expenses? Okay, the last slide here, before we get into the request, is just a detailed view of our contract expenditures, $18.2 million. We broke this down by bucket to try to give you a picture for where this goes. The majority is towards programming. As you can see, AIS is the largest driver, followed by EIP. And our other areas of focus, housing, transportation, permitting, and compliance. Very little is really spent on functional support and kind of the support of the organization. So our contracts are budgeted zero-based. So this is a function of us going through department by department, grant by grant, figuring out what we need in order to do the work plan. So with that, if there are no questions, we can move to the request for approval, which is, you know, as you look at this, what we're looking for in terms of approval is, you know, for the overall expenditures of the agency to get in for the grant agreements that are incorporated in the budget, to approve these contract expenditures, to approve this staffing level, the 4% average merit salary increase, and for the increase in fees, which is subject to a final review that we'll do this fall, which would then be implemented early next year. And then finally, we're hoping for authorization to make any technical corrections that are required as we go through and finalize the budget. So with that, I will hand it over for discussion.
Thank you, Chad. Excellent. And many of us were here this morning early when we went through this before. So are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Conrad Seda.
As I recall, when we talked about budget increases in the past, we noted that the increase for inflation is less than we're actually seeing in inflation. And, you know, the board had recommended potentially going slightly bigger since we're, you know, experiencing higher inflation across government. So how are you addressing that over time?
So are you talking for the fees specifically?
Yeah,
or-
it's the 5% inflation fee, thinking that we
Yes.
could go bigger.
CPI has been in the threes. If you go and look historically, I think the bottom is 3. We assumed 5. I mean, that's roughly what we've paid our agency in terms of merit increases in the prior year. That's what we're trying to fund is the staff doing the permitting. So I think that's the start point. And we'll obviously have discussion on that. We'll do a deeper analysis, really look at what CPI is as we get into the fall, and we'll use that as an input to determine how to make fee increases. The goal is not to make money; it's just to cover our costs. And as you can see, the planning fund is the one fund that's not quite covering for itself.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's exactly my point is
Yeah.
that, you know, you're going to see an increase in
Yes.
materials, people, time, all that stuff. So
Correct.
just trying to keep up would be great.
And also, you know, John's team, we're working to have process improvements so we can be more efficient and productive with our resources. So we try to balance both increases with productivity to make that, I guess, try to balance out better. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aldine.
So Chad, how far are we away from cost recovery, full cost recovery?
Without the admin and overhead, it's very close. The admin and overhead's roughly $1 million. So $1.2 million is the total deficit. So majority of it is the A&O, which it sounds like historically we hadn't necessarily applied. That's a newer concept if I look back through the memos. So that's an area to work through. So that's a pretty big number to cover.
It is. And just to confirm, on page 461, you refer to matching funds by California to fund salary increases. Have those funds actually been received? Because I know it was a little touch and go for a while.
Yeah, we were able to work through one of the BCPs we received for TSAC, which was incremental funding. We worked with the state in order to basically have those incremental funds count towards California's match for this fiscal 2024. For fiscal 2025, we've put in a BCP with the state that will work through the process this fall in order to have incremental come in from California for the 25 fiscal.
Okay, so the outcome is still uncertain.
Or 25, yeah. Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions, board members? Then we'll go to public comment on this item. Any members of the public here in the room? Not seeing anybody jump up, so we'll go to Zoom. Any members of the public, please raise your hand on Zoom. You may address the board.
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised to comment.
Okay, then we'll come back to the board. Close the public comment and come back to the board. Are there any other comments or questions? Otherwise, accept a motion.
Madam Chair, I would move staff's recommendations approving the fiscal year 2024-25 budget, including the action items provided in our report.
Thank you, Ms. Lane.
Is that okay?
Okay. Great. Maria, can you call the roll?
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Mr. Aguilar,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Mr. Henigman, Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson, Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're on to item 8. This is agenda item 8 is our reports, and I will pass it over to Julie Reagan, our executive director, for a report.
Thank you. I'll be very brief since you've heard a good bit from me today, but I did want to echo Secretary Aguilar's commendation to our congressional delegation. The budget that you just approved with millions of dollars over and above is really a direct result of our team fighting for us in Washington and all of Team Tahoe that supports that, and all of you. And many of you worked very hard on the RAISE grant. Secretary Aguilar sent a letter of support himself, and we're just really grateful that we have such a collaborative framework to embrace opportunities when they come our way. And I think we have a proven track record that we can deploy that money for the good, for the benefit of the lake. So wanted to start with that. Also to say, or since we're on budget, the good news of California's, the California budget deal was wrestling with an enormous deficit, and TRPA was whole in that process. And so was the funding that we received for our housing policy work, that so-called REAP grant. We could have lost millions in that, and many of you supported that, keeping those funds. So we appreciate it. As well as other critical programs that matter to the basin. And a lot of folks in Tahoe fought really hard. So I want to recognize that. I also wanted to put on your calendars, those of you who may be interested in the next Nevada Legislative Oversight Committee meeting. It'll be right here at TRPA on July 19th. We'll be talking about water quality, microplastics, the Tahoe Science Council, among other topics. And then there'll be one more interim committee meeting in August, which is called the work session, where the committee will be considering any bill drafts that will fold into the next legislative session in Nevada. So we'll be wrapping that out in August. Today's Bike to Work Day, so I really want to give a huge shout out to our team. So many people rode their bikes into the office, got all spiffied up and looked pretty professional for a board day. So congratulations. It's one of our favorite months around here. Of course, our team is passionate about active transportation and mobility options other than the private automobile. So we really appreciate the TRPA leadership role in the basin around this. And then mark your calendars for the July board meeting. We would like to take you on a big lake tour. Field tours were something you requested in the retreat and the strategic planning session. And we crammed a lot of action into this day so that we could free up some space in July to actually get out and go all the way around the lake. We're hoping to conclude our business by noon so that we could take the entire afternoon to do a full lake with many stops in the field. So bring your comfortable shoes in July, and we'll send you more details as they become available, including the timing. But we'll keep it to the normal, morning to 4-ish p.m. kind of a day in July with a full tour of the lake. And then lastly, I would just like to invite our interns for the summer to stand. They've been waiting patiently listening to all of the great deliberation. I want to recognize Jeffrey Fearon right there, who's Communications and Government Affairs intern. We have Lola Tislow, who's right next to Jeffrey, who's helping our transportation team this summer. We've got Natalie Liggett in Permitting and Compliance and the Environmental Improvement Program. And then Lindsay Martin, I don't think Lindsay's here yet. She's actually starting next week. She'll be helping our finance team. Big round of applause for the interns. Well done, work hard, and we have actually a really good track record of interns getting employment at TRPA. So really happy that you're on board. Welcome and thanks for being at the board meeting. And maybe just tell quickly like what your schools are. Jeffrey, you want to start? Great, Wolfpack. All right, welcome. And that concludes my report. Thank you very much, board members.
Julie, what time does the Oversight Committee meeting start on the 19th?
It'll be 1 o'clock.
Great. Thank you very much, Julie. Mr. Marshall, do you have a general counsel report or do you want?
Very
Okay.
quickly. First of all, we've lost a quorum on the Nevada side. So the rest of this is just for informational purposes only. I will delay any specific report, but we'll put out an email in the next couple of days regarding litigation update. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item 9, which is governing board member reports. Are there any board member reports? I'm sure we all have lots to report on, but it's late in the day for this and we have others to do. So we'll move on to any committee reports. Item 10 on our agenda, local government, legal committee, operations, EIP. I think we've exhausted all those today. Yes.
Just one quick update. Just going back to the California budget. I mean, yeah, the REAP was a huge win. The Habitat Conservation Fund was a big win. But otherwise, it's pretty dismal where every agency is taking an 8% cut on their overall budget, which is going to be pretty significant. And I think there's, what did I say, 10,000 positions? 10,000 positions are being cut. So anything that was vacant is being swept and not being filled. So it's, yeah, definitely going to be a tough couple of years going forward in the budget. And so just wanted to provide an update on that. Really cheerful news.
Yes, thank you. Well, we're all crossing our fingers on that climate bond, so we hope to see that come forward. So with that, we'll move on to our final general public interest comment period. Any member of the public who would like to address the board on any item on listed or not listed on the agenda, including any items on the consent calendar, may do so at this time. And if you've already commented on item listed on the agenda, you are not permitted to comment on that same topic. And as usual, we're not allowed to take any action during this time, but we'll hear your comments. Okay, and Ms. Waller is here, ready to go. Any other members of the public, come on up and then raise your hand if you're online. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. I want to thank the board for the suggestion to reach out to the group that contacted the California AG's office to have Mr. Bonta speak with that group and possibly with the TRPA. I'm not sure if it was clear the TRPA was asked. I hope you are more successful than I am in getting Mr. Teixeira or the group's representative to answer. I think it's important that the public know that he's been reached out to. And if this is going to come forward through their group and or through you so public can participate. BMPs were removed a long time ago from the residential allocation measures requirement. And maybe it's time to bring that back as part of a standard for receiving them, especially with all the scare of wildfire around the basin. And this should not be at point of sale. That came before the realtors. It really is an enforcement requirement my opinion, by the local jurisdictions. It's also been mentioned that projects like the Waldorf Astoria, the Calneva, Homewood, Kings Beach Town Center, and I would add now the Tahoe City Lodge and possibly the Latitude 39 that's for sale. These projects sit for a long time. New development teams come around. Well, maybe new code needs to be established for less extensions allowed through the local jurisdictions. Traffic counts just don't seem to catch up to what was proposed and what we think reality is with cumulative impacts today. Obviously, there isn't movement on a lot of these projects, even with lots of incentives like the Tahoe City Lodge. Maybe bigger isn't better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. Anyone else in the room? Not seeing any. Anyone online?
Madam Chair, we have one hand raised online. Doug Flaherty, please unmute to make your comment.
Thank you, Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. Despite repeated pleas from the public, no emergency evacuation plan nor proposed plan currently or will exist in the short term that, number one, provides a data-driven roadway by roadway wildfire evacuation capacity assessment. Number two, has developed or identified thresholds of significance for evacuation times. Number three, has analyzed real-life circumstances like time needed to contact and gather family members. Number four, analyze cell tower reliability during wildfire and evacuation. Number five, analyze the impacts on evacuation from increased height, density, and coverage construction in town center choke points. Number six, analyze the true limitations of contraflow in a fast-moving fire, which would require a public agency person to be present at each intersection. Number seven, analyze the cognitive effects from smoke on evacuees during evacuations and how dense smoke adversely affects decision-making. 85% of those who died in the Paradise Fire were over 65 years of age. Number eight, analyzed evacuation criteria and warnings for those hiking or on bicycles or using public transportation. Example, considering 1,000 to 3,000 persons a day use the East Shore Trail. Number nine, analyze the impact on evacuation times and roadway capacities from those fleeing destination points like Sand Harbor. Number 10, analyze power loss and redundancy measures and how power loss by energy companies could adversely impact wildfire evacuation. Number 11, analyze to what degree the increased regional population from Reno, Carson City, and Truckee will impact roadway evacuation capacity. Number 12, analyze seasonal highway and infrastructure construction impacts on evacuation times. Number 13, analyze the role of social media during a major evacuation, how social media can deliver inaccurate information and affect evacuation, especially absent a single basin-wide notification system. Instead, without substantially analyzing these and other significant safety and environmental impact issues, your county and TRPA representatives and partners continue to approve pro-developer, pro-height, density and coverage, pro-growth, pro-international destination, and pro-resort private and public projects under the guise of a TRPA process that is broken and of which bends over backward to ignore public pleas and testimony based on real data and educated experience. This based on a gang-like agency and pet nonprofit partnering process designed to overwhelm, discourage, and silence the public and void of any reasonable public transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. And do we have any further hands raised?
No.
Okay, so we'll close.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, one just popped up.
Okay.
Alan Miller, please unmute to make your comment.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo the comments of Doug Flaherty that just made, and in particular with regard to fires and electrical safety. And I'd also like to comment briefly on the Schooner Lake project that was approved earlier today. And I didn't make objection to it because I don't know the details of it. And I don't know that the details have been planned, but I would hope that whatever new pier that is constructed there and the appurtenances are not made of decomposable plastics that are going to degrade in the sunlight and get in the water and the soil and in the air. And so since TRPA has no policy about microplastics and plastics control, especially in the shore zone of Lake Tahoe and all the other waterways that they issue permits for, I would just urge that the project be constructed made of natural materials such as stone, metal, and wood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Are there any other comments?
No.
Okay, then we'll close our public comment and I would look for a motion to adjourn our governing board meeting.
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so we're adjourning at 4:14.